Chapter 957. In the thousand-year-old Taoist temple, the ancient pines towered into the sky, like green dragons wriggling towards the sky. Under the trees, a group of old Taoists sat cross-legged on praying mats, looking over. Guozhen had a guilty conscience, because the person he was facing was not someone else, but one of the strongest sects of Taoism, the Spirit Treasure sect. He was a lone cultivator, and had never seen such a scene before. To him, this was a group of earth immortals. Yi Fan patted his shoulder, saying, "Nothing, it's just a few stone steps. Go up 4 steps. A few stone steps? Such arrogance." The core disciple stood up, a cold smile on his lips. He really did not think highly of these 2 lone cultivators, and felt that such words were especially piercing to his ears. As a core disciple, he had an extraordinary cultivation, and his cultivation had reached the life spring stage. Many disciples followed his lead, and some people went up to agree. Guozhen bit his teeth, taking out a green metal piece. It emitted a gentle blue light in his hand, and he braced himself to walk forward, about to climb the stone steps to test himself. "Slow down. This bit of cultivation dares to ascend Sect Master Supreme Being's Tao platform? This is a type of blasphemy. How about this? You have to pass through my trial first." This core disciple spoke, changing his mind. Guozhen had only opened up the bitter sea stage, and there were a few strands of essence qi seeping out of his life spring. He had not truly entered the second small stage, but to be looked down upon like this was also a kind of humiliation, and he had no choice but to accept the challenge. "Let me test you." As the core disciple finished speaking, a divine chain shot out from the sea of reincarnation, emitting a beautiful light, slashing towards Guozhen's waist. Guozhen was only at the peak of the bitter sea stage, and his divine abilities had not yet been revealed. He could only passively dodge, and was in an exceptionally difficult situation. Occasionally, he would use the blue gold piece in his hand to block, emitting a ball of light. "You're too far off, you really can't do it. You want to charge up the stone steps with this kind of method? You too don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The core disciple shook his head, as if he was giving advice to a junior. Guozhen's face alternated between red and white. Although he had the blue gold piece in his hand, but if he continued like this, he would not be able to back down. It was very uncomfortable to be humiliated like this. Yi Fan stood up, and a streak of essence energy flowed out from the ground. Guozhen's pores immediately relaxed, and she was filled with divine splendor. The blue gold sheet in her hand flourished with brilliance, and with a chong sound, that divine chain was broken. "Xiao." He stepped forward, waving the blue gold sheet. A blue light flew out, and the core disciple was sent flying backward. He fell to the ground, where he struggled a few times and then passed out. How is this possible? Even 9th senior brother lost. He's a life spring cultivator. How could he lose to someone who just opened the bitter sea? The group of people were all stupefied as they watched this scene with disbelief. The core disciple was defeated, and it was a clean and efficient defeat. There was almost no suspense as he fainted. An old Taoist went forward and felt the pulse of the core disciple. "He's not injured." This result was difficult for everyone to accept, especially the 4 old friends who had previously ridiculed Guozhen. They were even more stupefied, their hearts beating rapidly. This was a bit inconceivable. What kind of treasure is that exactly? Someone believed that it was the power of the blue gold sheet. Guozhen involuntarily arrived in front of the stone steps. Step by step, he walked up. Everyone was flabbergasted. They had never thought that he would actually dare to climb the heavenly stairway. Even if he defeated a core disciple, he definitely did not have the strength to do so. Isn't he a little too arrogant? He's just a cultivator from the sea of reincarnation, and he dares to ascend the Tao platform? He doesn't even need to think about it. These 2 people really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Could it be that they really think that they can be compared with the sect masters of the ancient times? Many people whispered among themselves. They didn't believe that a rogue cultivator could ascend it at all. This wasn't realistic. However, Guozhen's following actions left them dumbstruck. He took 6 steps in succession, and with each step, he ascended 6 steps in succession, shocking many of the older generation figures. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded and extremely puzzled. The jaws of those who were waiting to see a joke almost dropped to the ground. A few people who were preparing to mock him immediately shut their mouths. At the same time, they forcefully swallowed a mouthful of saliva and wanted nothing more than to rub their eyes. This was just too inconceivable. He's merely a rogue cultivator who opened up the sea of bitterness. What qualifications does he have to ascend 6 steps? The core disciple who just woke up just happened to see this scene and almost fainted again. Half of it was due to anger and the other half was due to shock. How could he endure this? Guozhen seemed as if he was sleepwalking. Both his legs were not under his control, and he once again retreated. Even he himself was baffled and felt dizzy. When he landed on the ground, his legs were a little unsteady. On the other side, Yi Fan had already stood up and wandered around the Taoist temple. He released his powerful divine sense and scanned every inch of the land, searching for the Tao marks left behind by the ancient sages. He didn't want to miss out on anything in this kind of treasured land. How did you do it? Who are you? An old Taoist stared at Guozhen. When the group of young people heard this, they looked at each other in dismay. They were all shocked and no longer dared to have a trace of contempt. They all stared at Guozhen, wanting to understand what was going on. However, even Guozhen himself couldn't figure it out. He stood there in a daze and didn't know how to explain. He looked absent-mindedly at the faint blue metal piece in his hand, and then at his own feet. Hey, what's going on with you? When did you go up? How did you get on the Tao platform? The group of young people couldn't take it anymore. They didn't expect Yi Fan to ascend the Patriarch's lecture platform. They didn't know when he had been standing there. Yi Fan roamed about the rooftop and searched every corner. He searched the entire Taoist temple, but didn't find anything. In the end, he only found that there were Tao marks fluctuating on the Tao platform, so he ascended it. You ascended from the stone steps at the back? The dozen or so old people all stood up with a jump, and were incomparably shocked. There were also stone steps on the other side, and they were all constructed from green jade. They were also 33 steps, but it was even more difficult to ascend. This was because that was a path to heaven prepared for Tao-severing cultivators. Now how could there still be such a great divine ability expert? When these old Taoist priests saw this scene, they were all stupefied. They couldn't believe anything at all. Yi Fan didn't pay them any attention. He stood on the Tao platform and extended out his powerful divine sense to sense it seriously. He vaguely saw an expanse of ancient scripture characters that were engraved in the void. That's right, this is the place where the past patriarchs preached the Tao. This is the Tao ripples from the past that were imprinted into the Tao platform. After a long time, Yi Fan nodded and muttered to himself. He understood the situation. From a certain perspective, this platform was a rare treasure. Did he climb up from the 33rd jade step? It represents ascension to the heavenly position of achieving Tao and crossing over the 33 heavens. Not even the great divine ability experts of the ancient times could do this. After the group of young people understood the situation, they felt a chill run through their pores. This was just too frightening. Just how deep of a cultivation did he have to be able to do this? Everyone revealed expressions of shock. Just what kind of background did this loose cultivator have? How could he do all of this? His expression didn't change, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. Yi Fan walked down the stone steps step by step. He took a total of 33 steps to reach the ground. This time, everyone saw it clearly. They were all tongue-tied and speechless. He didn't pay them any attention and walked around the Tao platform. He closed his eyes and listened to the voice from thousands of years ago, hoping to capture the 9 secret scriptures. However, he was disappointed. Even though there were many techniques imprinted on the Tao platform, there wasn't any secret technique. Greetings, Senior. An old Taoist priest was the first to come back to his senses. He bowed deeply and paid his respects. His expression was both excited and a bit flustered. It was extremely rare to see a great divine ability expert in this era. He didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. The other old Taoist priests also hurried forward and paid their respects. They were inwardly anxious. Such a young great divine ability expert appearing in front of them was like a fantasy story. That kind of vitality was definitely not fake. There wasn't the slightest bit of lethargy. It was hard to imagine how he did it. Did he rejuvenate his youth, or was he young to begin with? Everyone was making their own guesses. According to common sense, in this cultivationless age, to have this kind of accomplishment at this age was the same as finding proof of ascending to immortality. It was extremely unrealistic. The dozen or so old Taoist priests' appearances made the group of youngsters even more stupefied. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly as they paid their respects together. In their eyes, this was a living ancestor-level figure. Guozhen was a bit stupefied. Why did the loose cultivator friends they traveled with suddenly become so unfamiliar? They actually gave off an unreachable feeling. Even the spirit treasure sex experts were intimidated, making him feel as if he was in a dream. Meanwhile, the faces of the four youngsters he was acquainted with were snow white. Their bodies were trembling, and they ridiculed him several times. They felt like they provoked a great disaster. At the same time, they were incomparably regretful. Back then, on Mount Tai, Yi Fan originally wanted to travel with them, but in the end, they felt disdain and threw him to Guozhen, missing out on a great opportunity. This was originally a natural opportunity. The four of them regretted and hated themselves, but it was too late to say anything now. They could only tremble with fear and wait for their unknown fate. Fearing that Yi Fan would descend upon them and kill them all. They were naturally overthinking things. How could Yi Fan lower himself to their level? At this moment, he left the Tao platform and completely came back to his senses. Seeing the situation, he said, "All of you get up." Whoosh. At this time, the Komatsu hiding in Yi Fan's spatial artifact saw that the atmosphere had calmed down. It jumped out in a lively manner, and climbed up the ancient pine tree in the courtyard to find pine nuts. A purple squirrel. A sparkling Komatsu rat with purple splendor all over its body. It's that person's pet, a great divine ability user. The group of people was stunned. Regardless of whether it was the older generation or the youngsters, there wasn't a single person who wasn't shaken. They immediately thought of a recent rumor. The Great Xia Dragon Sparrow race had 4 great branches, and a while ago, one of them was almost wiped out by one person. Recently, all the sects in Middle-earth were discussing this, and it caused a huge uproar. It was rumored that an undying old demon had appeared in the main branch of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow, and was specifically investigating this matter. An agile purple Komatsu rat and a mysterious youngster all matched the characteristics of that great divine ability user. These people felt a wave of dizziness. As expected, a great character had descended here. They paid their respects again, which made Yi Fan a little uncomfortable. This group of old Taoists was far older than him. When he was in the Big Dipper zigzagging sect, he had never enjoyed such treatment. He told them to get up and then told Guozhen to continue befriending them like before, and not to fear anything. He wasn't some old antique that had lived for a long time. When everyone heard this, they immediately understood. This was clearly a modern person, and not a great divine ability user that had survived since ancient times. It was even more shocking for him to have such achievements. Guozhen slowly relaxed while the 4 people who knew him sighed in their hearts. They deeply understood that sometimes, fated chances were just a turn's distance away, and they missed it just like that. More than 10 old Taoists came forward in unison to ask Yi Fan to preach the Tao, dispel their doubts, and impart some cultivation methods. Yi Fan was called senior again and again, especially by these 200 to 300 years old people. Even he himself felt apologetic. Thus, he ascended the Tao platform and earnestly preached the scriptures. He used the materials on the spot, and carved the marks of the Tao he had just captured into the void. The scriptures filled the sky, and every word flickered with divine splendor. Could this be the 5th volume of the Crimson Jade Book Wonderful Scripture? Why is it even clearer than the records in our sect's secret land? It's truly flawless. The people of the Spirit Treasure sect were astonished. Torrential waves surged in their hearts, and it was difficult for them to calm down. Yi Fan said frankly that this was an imprint he found in the Tao platform. All of this originally belonged to them, and was left behind by the ancient sect venerables when they preached the Tao. Senior, please come to our sect's secret land, and impart the lost method. A few Taoists bowed in excitement. Yi Fan nodded. He had the same intention. This place didn't have the 9 secrets, and he had already searched carefully. Perhaps there really was one in the secret land of the spirit treasure. At the same time, he wanted to ask these people about the demon god's bloodline. This time, no matter what, he had to completely unravel the mystery of whether Pangbo was real or fake. Chapter 958. The secret land of the Lingbao sect was in the middle of Mount Gazao. In ancient times, it was the seclusion place of the retired headmaster and the supreme Taoist protector. Ordinary disciples couldn't enter at all. Today, however, it was very different. There were almost no conditions for cultivation on earth. Only this kind of secret land had spiritual essence overflowing. In order to ensure the continuity of the inheritance, all core members could enter. The secret land of Lingbao was only a few miles in radius. A mysterious formation separated it from the outside world. Everything retained a primitive and ancient aura. The spirit mountain was very short. Spring water gurgled, old trees were strong, and strands of auspicious energy lingered. In the past hundreds of years, Yi Fan was the only one who didn't belong to the Lingbao sect. He was treated with great courtesy. The headmaster welcomed him personally, and the elders waited respectfully. There weren't many people here because the spiritual essence was limited. It couldn't support too many people to cultivate here, and they were all important figures. They were very respectful and polite. They wanted to invite Yi Fan to preach and complete the lost scriptures of the Lingbao sect. They ordered people to bring the Tao platform into this secret land. Yi Fan was amazed. The great Lingbao sect had produced a peerless master like Gu Hong in the past. How did it fall to this state? He didn't sense the immortal scripture here, nor did he find the 9 secret Tao marks. He had many questions in his heart, and couldn't help but ask them all. The headmaster sighed and told him everything he knew. After the earth's spiritual essence dried up, and was no longer suitable for cultivation, the masters of all sects chose to travel far away. No one knew where they went. Back then, almost all the great masters left. Once they left, many inheritances were almost severed. Now there were no complete ancient scriptures in the sect. They were organized by a few people who didn't want to leave. It couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as the past. Yi Fan was startled. He finally understood why the Lingbao celestial being, who had produced Gu Hong and was suspected to be one of the 3 pure ones, had declined so much. The true orthodoxy was almost extinct. Are the other sects like this too? It's more or less the same. The great masters left, the orthodoxy was lost, and the earth's ritual grounds were abandoned. The headmaster sighed. A group of great divine ability users disappeared from the face of the earth, and soon after, they entered the cultivationless age. It was difficult for powerful individuals to be born, and the younger generation couldn't take over, so the various sects declined from then on. The Spirit Treasure sect has suffered heavy losses. Almost none of the scriptures are complete. It's impossible to sort out all the books with just a few young disciples. The Spirit Treasure sect master sighed. Now they couldn't be considered the leading supreme great sects anymore, because they had lost too much, to the point where there was no way to recover. As long as there were any old sects, their ancient books and records were still intact. Those old seniors who loved their homeland and didn't leave had made great contributions to the continuation of the orthodoxy. Now, is there still such a person? Yi Fan asked. Even if there were, there wouldn't be more than a few. 20 years ago, 9 dragons carrying coffins descended on Mount Tai, shocking the cultivation world. That year, the last old ancestor of Mount Longhu was invited to leave the mountain to protect the ancient altar. Not long after he returned, he passed away in meditation. It was said that he was the last remaining old ancestor. So it's the old Taoist from Longhu Mountain. Yi Fan once heard from Yang Xiao that the Medical Research Institute tried their best to save his life but failed. Unexpectedly, they found out that he might have lived for 1 or 2,000 years. When Yi Fan arrived at the Spirit Treasure secret place, he naturally wanted to ask about the 9 mysteries. Since he had chosen the path of becoming an immortal, this would be a necessary skill to protect his Taoist body. The Spirit Treasure sect master smiled bitterly. Not to mention the modern world. Even back then it was a top secret. It was obtained by Celestial Master Gu Hong by accident, and was only passed on to a few disciples. Yi Fan was extremely disappointed. During the Age of Chaos, not only did the chi of heaven and earth dry up, even the Dharma access had declined, and the ancient skills were nowhere to be found. The Spirit Treasure Sect Master had one foot in the Dragon Transformation secret realm, and was considered a top master in the current world. His cultivation was all thanks to the spiritual eye in the Pure Land. Auspicious chi gushed out from that place. Komatsu curiously ran over to take a look and almost fell in. I am not a top master yet. Some sects have ancient spiritual roots, and the chi in the secret place is far better than here. There are several sect masters who have reached the Dragon Transformation secret realm. In this Age of Chaos, the Dragon Transformation secret realm was the top master. Once they appeared, they were invincible and few could fight against them. Of course, this is not absolute. 20 years ago, there was an old Taoist from Longhu Mountain. It is said that he was from the Qin and Han dynasties. His cultivation was unfathomable. The Spirit Treasure Sect Master talked about many things that Yi Fan was concerned about. That year, the man with the gray wings came from the west. Even the old Taoist from Longhu Mountain could not do anything to him. Moreover, there were also several great experts who took action, seizing some precious altar cornerstones that had ancient heavenly books recorded on them. Yi Fan said, "Tell me about the Taoist orthodoxy in the West. They are very useful to me. It is not good to leave the altars and tomes of heaven in foreign countries." The Spirit Treasure Sect Master was shocked. What was this ancestor-level existence trying to do? Did he want to kill his way to the West? Not long after, everyone in the Pure Land saluted and asked Yi Fan to preach the scriptures and restore their lost techniques. They were incomparably respectful and sincere. Yi Fan was not arrogant and did not accept their great gifts. However, he sat on the Tao platform and extracted the traces of Tao to restore the ancient books for them. He sat there for half a month and recited all kinds of scriptures. One by one, the metal-like traditional characters were branded in the void. They were dazzling and emitted sonorous sounds. This was a reappearance of the inheritance. Yi Fan helped them reproduce many techniques. Of course, it was difficult to truly restore them. The Tao platform where the past sect masters sat could not imprint all the techniques. Accumulating yang to become a god, there is form in the god. The form is born from the sun is born from the moon. Accumulating yin to form, there is spirit in the form. There was only one, and Yi Fan helped him complete it. He himself also benefited greatly, and that was the numinous treasure immeasurable expiation miraculous scripture, also known as the expiation scripture for short. Back in the day, he obtained a portion from the old blind man in the Big Dipper. He never thought that there would be a complete one here. If he researched the history of Taoism, he would discover that the expiation scripture really originated from the numinous treasure sect. Of course, this scripture was different from the one passed down among mortals. It had the true power of expiation, comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. It was profound and abstruse, and had endless wondrous uses. Back in the days in the immortal mansion world, even the undying heavenly emperor feared the expiation of this scripture, and did not dare to harm the chanting crowd. What a pity! The main part of the numinous treasure scripture cannot be reproduced. All that is left are incomplete. The sect's elders were all full of regret, but they were still extremely grateful to Yi Fan. Yi Fan used half a month's time to restore many scriptures for them. He asked about the demonic race before leaving and directly told them about Pangbo's family. You actually returned? The numinous treasure sect master turned pale with fright. He had always felt that Yi Fan was familiar, and now he finally recognized him and understood the reason. Yi Fan's gaze immediately became fierce, releasing a wave of intimidating might. Everyone in the secret land was horrified and their expressions changed. Don't misunderstand. The numinous treasure sect master already knew that this great expert in front of him was much younger than him. He had cultivated for at most 20 years, which was truly astonishing. He hurriedly explained that the people who were carried away by the 9 dragons pulling the coffin were noticed by all sections. Afterwards, everyone was investigated thoroughly, including their families. On the day of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, even the experts of the West rushed over, not to mention the cultivators of the Central Earth. The various sects quickly reacted. Almost on that day, The various sects dispatched their experts to understand their backgrounds. Pangbo's family was definitely targeted by one of the ancient demonic gods' bloodlines that day. Yi Fan nodded and asked him to explain in detail which great demonic god clans were in the world today. The Great Xia Dragon Sparrow bloodline, the Celestial Qilin clan, the Vermilion Phoenix Orthodoxy, and the Myriad Demon Valley. On the surface, there are 4 great demonic god clans, but we don't know if there are any that are hidden from the world. The numinous treasure sect master thought about it, and felt that only the powerful demonic god clans could respond so quickly and enter Pangbo's family on that day. Oh right, you must be careful. The numinous treasure sect master seemed to have thought of something and sent someone to fetch a wooden box. After opening it, there was actually a very old black and white photo. During World War II, there was once a demonic god who appeared on various battlefields and used this opportunity to cultivate. His blood qi overflowed and shocked the Taoist world. This black and white photo was taken by a mortal at that time. It was taken by a cultivator and spread to all the major sects, causing people to be horrified. In the dark photo, although the monstrous blood qi was very blurry, it was enough to shock people and make them shudder. It was as if a wave of blood was about to rush out through the paper. Yi Fan stared at the photo for a long time, and then nodded in silence. This was most likely a great ancient demonic god who was extremely terrifying. So many heroic spirits had died in the past, so this photo would definitely make his cultivation level rise to another level. He thought about it and told the numinous treasure sect master to tell his disciples not to reveal anything about him, especially his cultivation level. Then he asked about the location of the 4 great demonic god clans. Don't worry, I've already told them, and the guests not sent by me have also been informed. They won't leak it out. The numinous treasure sect master only knew the general area, but he didn't know the real secret places of the 4 great demonic god clans. Because these places were all taboo, getting too close might cause a great disaster. Although he didn't get the 9 secrets on this trip to Mount Gazao, Yi Fan learned about the current cultivation world on Earth, and gained a lot. Before he walked out of Mount Gazao, Yi Fan stopped in his tracks. In the distance, a man with gray wings landed, releasing waves of black mist. Behind him, the numinous treasure sect master's expression suddenly changed. This was a powerful figure from the 4 extreme secret realms. He had gray hair and gray eyes, as if he had come from hell. He directly stated his purpose of coming, and mentioned the story of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. He said that the numinous treasure sect must have also brought back something important, and wanted to borrow it today to take a look. Why do I feel that they look a bit like the Fallen Wing clan? Yi Fan said. They are from the Western Orthodoxy, the numinous treasure sect master said. Who are you and why are you here? The man with gray wings had eyes that were as dark as dead ashes. They were dim and lifeless as he swept his gaze over mercilessly. Who I am is not important, and I don't need to tell you. Yi Fan walked around him and said, I don't have time now, but I will go to Jerusalem in the future. You want to go to our ancient holy city? It's been a long time since a cultivator has come. The gray-haired man suddenly stretched out a big hand and grabbed the top of Yi Fan's head as fast as lightning. Poof! Yi Fan drew a line in the air with his finger. There was still some distance between them, but the arms of the strange man were all cut off. Gray blood splattered everywhere. Who are you? The man with gray feathers on his back was shocked. He didn't expect to kick such a terrifying iron plate. It was obvious that he was a great medic. Yi Fan waved his hand and restrained him in an instant. Fear was written all over his face. He struggled with all his might, but he couldn't break free. At the side, everyone was horrified. This was an expert of the 4 extreme secret realms. Ordinary sect masters were only at this level, but he was carried away by Yi Fan like a dead duck. Yi Fan extracted a ray of light from the center of his brows. That was his consciousness. He read the memories and revealed a cold smile. I really thought that a fallen angel had come. So this is the result of a successful cultivation of the Western Orthodoxy. Who are you? My lord will appear in the world. Let me go. The gray-haired man was shocked and terrified. Poof! Yi Fan pointed with his finger, and he dissipated like a snowflake. His flesh, blood, internal organs, and consciousness all melted away, no longer existing. The surrounding people didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They were secretly glad that they didn't offend this god and didn't fight him. Moreover, they received his guidance. I really don't know who I will meet when I make a trip to the west in the future. Yi Fan muttered to himself and disappeared with Guozhen and Komatsu. A few days later, he arrived at Mount Changbai and entered this primordial land in search of the ancient demon god race. Chapter 959. Changbai Mountain, with its majestic terrain, looked like a lying dragon. It had been famous since ancient times and was one of the 10 famous mountains in Huaxia. It was very high above sea level and was known as the Northeast Roof. Although it was already the end of winter and spring was approaching, Changbai Mountain was still sealed off by heavy snow. It was a field of silvery white, and the snow was several feet thick. 1,000 years of snow and 10,000 years of pines, straight to the highest peak in the world. This was the praise of the ancients, but it also indirectly explained the spectacular and beautiful scenery of this place. There was snow everywhere, and sometimes people would disappear if they stepped on it. The snow-capped peaks towered majestically, and the rocks on the mountains were very special. Most of them were white pumice stones, which was different from other places. The ancient pines had grown for who knew how many years. Tree kings often appeared in the no-man's area. They were tall and frighteningly thick, like small mountains. Komatsu was especially lively here. Its silk-like shiny purple fur looked even more sparkling against the white snow. It ran around and rummaged for pine cones. That's not right. Why is this old forest getting deeper and deeper? It's much bigger than I thought. Guozhen was surprised. He felt that something was wrong after entering the depths of Changbai Mountain. The terrain became steeper, the landscape became more primitive, and the snow-capped peaks were ridiculously high. Yi Fan did not say anything. He was carefully looking for something, closing his eyes from time to sense with his heart. The road he chose was very rugged, and sometimes he had to cross over cliffs. Guozhen did not dare to disturb him. He knew that they must be breaking a formation. There was an ancient formation here, and Yi Fan was entering the mysterious no-man's area. Suddenly, the world turned upside down, and the scenery changed greatly. An even more open wilderness appeared, and feather-like snowflakes danced in the air. A wave of desolation washed over them. They had entered an unknown desolate snow-capped mountain. It's different. I can guarantee that this area can't be found on the map. Where are we? Guozhen was surprised and uncertain. After leaving Mount Gazao, he had been traveling with Yi Fan. After becoming familiar with him, he did not restrain him. He was not like the elders of the Lingbao sect, who were cautious and apprehensive of Yi Fan. Yi Fan felt that he had a good temperament, and wanted to give him some pointers. Therefore, he brought him and Komatsu into Changbai Mountain together, and they traveled together. The real Changbai Mountain should be like this. It took me a lot of effort to get here. With the protection of the ancient array, there are some places mortals can never enter, Yi Fan said. Guozhen was astonished and believed his words, because he discovered that the pine trees were shockingly thick. At the very least, no one had harvested them for over 1,000 years. There were patches upon patches of them, and there were no signs of human activity. Roar! A tiger's roar shook dozens of miles. The snow on the pine trees rustled down, almost burying Komatsu alive. When the little purple thing was picking up pine nuts under the snow, it pulled out a tiger's tail. A big multicolored tiger leaped out of the snow and turned around to roar. The sudden roar scared Komatsu so much that its purple crystal-like fur stood on end. Its little paws covered its heart, and its whole body was fluffy. It trotted away and retreated. Such a big tiger. This is too shocking. Its body is almost 4 meters long, and its weight is definitely 700 or 800 kilograms. Is this tiger a spirit? Guozhen was speechless. This is not strange. The Manchurian tiger's body is big, far bigger than other tiger breeds. The former Soviet Union has caught more than one such large individual. These have all been reported, Yi Fan said. Komatsu came back to its senses. It seemed to feel very embarrassed. After all, it was a living creature with cultivation. It lay there and shook its little head, roaring like a tiger. Roar. Yeah. Yi Fan and Guozhen were amused. This was too childish. Although it posed like a tiger, its voice was outrageous. It could only be described with one word: tender. The little purple thing was discouraged and lowered its head embarrassedly. It felt that it didn't have any imposing manner. However, the Manchurian tiger turned and ran. It was rare to see such a big tiger, and it seemed to have some spirituality. It felt that the squirrel was a little strange, and fear arose in its heart. They continued deeper into the mountains, stepping on the thick snow. Not long after, they met an even bigger wild tiger in the forest. It was 5 to 6 meters long, and its weight was definitely close to 1,000 kilograms. It's really about to become a spirit," Guozhen exclaimed. "It's a little strange. It's ridiculously big, but it also means that we are almost there." Yi Fan's eyes shot out 2 beams of divine radiance. Swish! From afar, there was a flash of purple light. They mistakenly thought that they saw another komatsu, but it turned out to be a violet marten. It was obvious that it had some spirituality. "That's right. It seems like we have arrived at the Dragon Cave region of Mount Changbai. The living creatures here are all tainted with dragon qi. It's very unusual." This time, Yi Fan was searching for the celestial Qilin race, which was one of the 4 ancient demonic god races. They had the power to rule over the world and were unfathomable. After the 5 to 6 meters long Manchurian tiger was subdued, it carried the 3 of them and sprinted. It was vigorous, splashing up large patches of snow, and with a single leap, it would travel over 10 meters. "There's a mountain god temple over there. It's really strange. This should be an uninhabited region, so why is there such a building?" When they got closer, they could see that it was quite old. It was at least a few hundred years ago, and the scale was still very grand. All of a sudden, a chilly wind assaulted their faces, and a sound that made their scalp go numb could be heard. It was especially terrifying in this primitive ancient forest. A 3 meters long owl pounced out from the temple and clawed at their skulls with its razor-sharp claws. "Demonic bird." Guozhen quivered. That owl's head was too big, and its face actually looked like a human's. Yi Fan pointed with his finger and fixed it in mid-air. He then captured the ball of light formed by the sea of consciousness from its skull, and after looking at it, they continued on their way. In front of them was a forbidden area. Usually, these spiritual beasts wouldn't dare to approach it, and it was obviously the celestial Qilin race's seclusion. Traces of dragon qi overflowed from the few snowy peaks in front of them. Demonic qi, such powerful demonic qi. Guozhen's face was slightly pale. After venturing for a few dozen miles, even he could feel the demonic qi, not to mention Yi Fan. In the snowy ridge, there seemed to be a white true dragon surging, swallowing and spitting out the essence of heaven and earth. It was faintly discernible, just like a mountain ridge. That can't be a dragon, right? It should be a flood dragon with a profound cultivation. No wonder the Jin dynasty and Qing dynasty regarded Changbai Mountain as the place where their ancestors rose to power. They really paid attention to it. Yi Fan muttered to himself. It was recorded in the history books that when the Qing dynasty's divine ancestor was patrolling the east, he led the crown prince, various kings, and ministers to the Songhua River's bank, facing southeast, and looked at Changbai Mountain. They knelt down 3 times and kowtowed 9 times, personally declaring that this was the place where the ancestors rose to power. Furthermore, the Qing dynasty's divine ancestor had conferred the title of Changbai Mountain as a god, and worshipped the 5 sacred mountains. In the end, he even pushed Changbai Mountain to a higher position than the 5 sacred mountains. Later generations had dug out ancient tablets from Changbai Mountain more than once. The later ones were from the Qing dynasty, the earlier ones were from the Jin dynasty, and there were even earlier mysterious dragon tablets that couldn't be verified. The Qing army entered the pass, claiming that the ancestors rose to power Changbai Mountain. It seems like a lot of things happened back then. Yi Fan advanced. With his cultivation at this realm, he would even dare to barge into a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. They walked into the legendary place where the ancestors rose to power. A stretch of majestic snowy peaks stood erect, and the one in the middle was especially huge. At the base of the mountain, there was an ancient cave that spurted out strands of dragon qi. A few ancient pine trees stood upright, making this place seem ancient and mysterious. "Who are you people? How dare you trespass into my race's forbidden area?" Someone shouted. More than 10 people walked out. They were wearing armor that flickered with cold light. The armor was made of metal-like scales and was flowing with demonic chi. Each and every one of them was brimming with killing intent. In this era, if an ordinary person saw such people in a primitive mountain, they would definitely be dumbstruck and then tremble. Yi Fan had experienced too much, so he naturally wouldn't be surprised. His expression was very calm as he said that he was here to pay a visit and request to meet the owner of this place. What race is Celestial Qilin? Guozhen asked in a low voice. He felt that these people were incomparably demonic. Each and every one of them had a tall stature, and the blood chi within their bodies was oppressive. Their ancestor was a heavenly serpent, and in the end he became a demon god. The people of the world couldn't fathom his depth. Some of his descendants chose to evolve into flood dragons, while some remained as large serpents. That's why they're called the Celestial Qilin race. Yi Fan said. This was what he understood from the numinous treasure sect master. That heavenly serpent. Guozhen was a little worried for Yi Fan. He was afraid that the demon god was still in Changbai Mountain. If he hadn't left, then there would be great trouble. At that realm, they were only born for the sake of Tao. Becoming an immortal and obtaining Tao was their only pursuit. They should have left long before the age of chaos arrived. Yi Fan guessed. If you want to meet the owner of the primordial dragon cave, you have to report your name first. You have to know that not everyone in this world can come here and request an audience. More than 10 people in scaled clothes shouted. Their hair was disheveled, and each of them had a terrifying gaze. Some of them even had flood dragon horns on their heads. Yi Fan. He reported his name. I've never heard of you. Tell me where you're from and what sect you're from. Let's see if you have the qualifications. These people came from the primordial dragon cave and possess first-rate bloodlines. They were naturally proud and arrogant, and their eyes were at the top of their heads. I'm the master of the celestial court. Do I have the qualifications? Yi Fan said coldly. He took a step forward, and strand after strand of golden blood energy rushed out. Terrifying fluctuations pressed forward like a mountain, making people feel suffocated. Master of the Celestial Court. What a big tone. These people had just said these words when they couldn't say anything else. They all trembled and looked at Yi Fan in fear. This young man with golden blood energy curling around his body made their hair stand on end. They felt as if they were facing an ancient demonic god. They trembled with fear and couldn't help but kneel down. Yi Fan wasn't excessive either. He withdrew his power and became calm again. He blended into the world and nature like a pine tree standing on the snowy ground. Master of the Celestial Court. After these people crawled up, they were overwhelmed with shock. There was actually someone who dared to call himself this. Was he really not afraid of heaven's punishment? This was especially true on this earth. According to ancient legends, there were many great characters who wanted to establish the Celestial Court and use it as their name. However, all of them died with grievances. These people didn't say anything else. Reverence appeared on their faces and they didn't dare to be negligent. They bowed deeply and quickly went to report. Esteemed guests have arrived at our door. Please forgive us for not going out to greet you. A middle-aged man with snow-white hair walked out from the snowy ridge. A group of people followed behind him. Yi Fan was astonished. This person had reached the dragon transformation realm. According to the numinous treasure sect master, he was a peerless expert of the present age, and could run amok under the heavens. He also went forward and bowed, saying that he had taken the liberty to visit, and that he had disturbed them. Since the other party was being polite, he naturally wouldn't use force against them. The newcomer called himself Bo-Yi, the younger brother of the Celestial Qilin clan leader. His bearing was extraordinary and his blood energy was flourishing. There was still room for improvement. Yi Fan nodded inwardly and glanced at the primordial dragon cave in the distance. Propitious chi gushed out unceasingly. It was indeed a wondrous place, and it wasn't surprising that he had such a cultivation. My brother is in seclusion and hasn't come out for many years. Please forgive us for not being able to welcome you, said the younger brother of the Celestial Qilin clan leader. Brother Bo-Yi is too courteous. It's my fault for disturbing everyone's meditation, said Yi Fan. Bo Yi led some clansmen to welcome Yi Fan into a cave residence. It was built within a huge snowy mountain, and it wasn't the primordial dragon cave. As soon as he entered, Yi Fan was shaken and horrified. He sensed a supreme aura. Komatsu was even more nervous and immediately grabbed onto the corner of his clothes. After walking forward for several dozen zhang, a huge space appeared. The entire mountain was empty, and there were spatial laws. Therefore, this place was extremely vast. That is, Yi Fan saw a huge heavenly serpent that coiled into a huge mountain. It completely filled up the belly of the mountain. If there wasn't a spatial formation, this serpent mountain would be several times taller than the snowy mountain. Guozhen was completely dumbfounded. Just how big was this serpent? It was too shocking. The huge serpent opened its mouth, and it was extremely terrifying. It looked down like a demonic god, pressuring people to the point of suffocation. Wisps of saint might were faintly discernible as it covered the heaven and earth. Those who weren't supreme experts wouldn't be able to truly feel that kind of terror. It was obvious that it had been sealed. This is the remains of my ancestor, Bo Yi introduced. It was actually the celestial Qilin clan's primogenitor, the heavenly serpent skin shed by a peerless demonic god. No wonder there were wisps of terrifying fluctuations even after being sealed. Yi Fan nodded and didn't say anything. Was the other party trying to take him down a notch? He remained unmoved and followed them forward. Chapter 960. The belly of the mountain was very big, and there were traces of ancient spatial formations. This was a cave opened up with great magic power. They walked around the snake slough and headed deeper into the depths. One had to admit that the celestial serpent primogenitor was extremely frightening. Its body was astonishingly large, and even though it was only a layer of skin, it still made one's blood run cold. Its entire body was lustrous white, and each scale was several meters long. It was as if they were cast from pure white divine gold, and flickered with an ice-cold metallic luster. A few wisps of might seeped out as if it could collapse the heaven and earth. Komatsu was a little dizzy. It compared its height, and then compared it to this ancient celestial serpent. It was incomparably discouraged, and at the same time timidly and fearfully. It tightly grabbed onto the corner of Yi Fan's clothes as they moved forward. Yi Fan didn't say anything. The ancient demonic god primogenitor of this lineage had a well-deserved reputation. Even after its slough was sealed, it still had such an aura. There was definitely a period when it was unrivaled in the world. This path wasn't very long. Before long, they entered a hall constructed from ice crystals that wouldn't melt for 10,000 years. This cave was opened in ancient times. There were divine pearls in the ice crystals that illuminated this place brilliantly and brightly. Powerful demonic chi flowed about. Dao brother, your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Bo Yi invited them to take a seat and had people serve tea. They were all luminous cups that flowed with sparkling light. Yi Fan's expression was calm as he pondered silently. Was the mystery of the real and fake Pang Bo related to the celestial Qilin clan? Brother Bo Yi, one doesn't visit a temple without a cause. I came here to consult you on some questions, he said after serious consideration. Brother Yi, you're too polite. Ask away, Bo Yi said straightforwardly. Yi Fan said, back then, the matter of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin shook the entire world. Could you tell me what you've investigated and the backgrounds of those who disappeared? Bo Yi's expression changed. The matter of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin was of great importance, and caused a huge storm back then. Later on, Mount Tai almost turned into a battlefield, and even great divine arts practitioners were provoked. He thought about it and said, back then all the sects took action, but they couldn't find out the backgrounds of those people. There was only one family that was suspected to have the blood of ancient demonic gods flowing in their bodies. Oh, which family is it? Can Brother Bo Yi tell me in detail? Yi Fan asked. That family's surname seems to be Pang. I don't have a deep impression of it. At that time, it was my 9th brother who was in charge of investigating these people, Bo Yi said. He saw that Yi Fan was very concerned, so he began to explain in detail. He said that among the ancient Fey god orthodoxies, Myriad Demon Valley had been the fastest to act back then. Someone might have entered the Pang clan to investigate something, but in the end, nothing came of it. Yi Fan nodded. His divine sense was so powerful that he could sense the fluctuations of his psyche. He wasn't lying. After hearing this, he immediately bid farewell. "Hey, Brother Yi, you've just arrived, how can you leave? I still want to learn from you." Bowie urged him to stay. Yi Fan thought about it and decided not to leave immediately. He also wanted to learn more about the myriad demon valley. As a fellow demon god, he should know more about it. "I still don't know which ancient orthodoxy Brother Yi inherited from. And where exactly did he come from? Could you tell me?" Bowie inquired. "I'm a rogue cultivator who cultivated on a nameless mountain. I obtained some ancient techniques from the stone walls, but I don't know which orthodoxy it is. Recently, I've been quiet and wanted to move, so I came out to take a walk," Yi Fan said. "Dao brother, you had a great opportunity. Could it be the orthodoxy of an ancient sacred emperor?" Bowie ordered people to send over delicacies and fine wine to invite them to a banquet. He said that the celestial Qilin clan had been cultivating bitterly and didn't go out. They wanted to endure through this age of Dharma ending and wait for the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to become abundant again. They rarely participated in the affairs of the outside world, especially in the past few years. They had been sealing the mountain, and no one had gone out. "I've heard that a celestial demon physique appeared in the celestial Qilin clan. He's a heaven-bestowed genius. Isn't he going out?" Yi Fan smiled. "That was a matter of a few years ago. It's only now that people have guessed that it's a celestial demon physique. In fact, it's a pity to have such a physique in this age of Dharma ending." Bowie looked at Komatsu several times and stared at the little bell on its neck. It was sparkling and translucent, and there was a small stone Buddha inside. "I wonder what kind of magic tool this is? Can I take a look at it?" Komatsu peeled a bunch of pine nuts and ate them with relish. When it heard Chinmu's words, it was very magnanimous and handed it over. Bowie carefully received it and looked at it a few times. "What material is this made of? It's so heavy. Dao brother, how did you obtain this magic tool?" "I found it on the nameless mountain. It looks exquisite and exquisite, so I gave it to this little fellow," Yi Fan said. "Seems like brother really had a great opportunity. I believe you must have cultivated a great divine art," Bowie said. "Not at all. I've been stuck in the dragon transformation secret realm for 100 years. I don't know when I'll be able to ascend to the legendary immortal foundation. I yearn for it but can't reach it." Yi Fan sighed. Bowie was moved. "You have a chance to ascend to the immortal foundation. Dao brother is indeed extraordinary. Given your current cultivation, you can be considered a great divine art practitioner. Could it be that you participated in the battle on Mount Tai back then?" "I didn't. At that time, I was still bitterly cultivating in the mountains." Yi Fan shook his head. "AI, an unknown mountain already has a great divine art practitioner like Brother Yi. I believe there must be others. Indeed, there's always a mountain higher than the mountain, and there's always someone stronger." Bowie sighed. Yi Fan shook his head. "I'm merely an unaffiliated dragon transformation secret realm cultivator. How would I dare to call myself a great divine art practitioner? Brother, you have a chance to ascend to the immortal foundation. The great circle of the dragon transformation secret realm is sufficient for you to be called a great divine art practitioner." Bowie sighed, filled with yearning. After that he spoke of a matter. He wanted to ask for Yi Fan's help. He said that with such great divine arts, he would definitely be of great help, and he would definitely reward him generously. "Oh, I wonder what's the matter?" Yi Fan asked. Bowie replied, "Dao brother, you must know that since ancient times, there's a treasure whose name shook the entire Middle Earth. It can regenerate flesh and bones from the dead, and it has the ability to bring the dead back to life." "You're talking about ginseng?" Yi Fan was astonished. "That's right. But it's not an ordinary ginseng. It's a real ginseng with a human form. It's been around for who knows how many tens of thousands of years, and it's almost comparable to the legendary immortal spiritual medicine." Bowie said. There were 3 treasures in the Northeast, and the first was ginseng. Since ancient times, there were countless ginseng diggers outside the pass, and it was the emperor's favorite tribute. Nowadays, although there were many artificially grown ginseng that were almost comparable to a big radish, but the real top-grade wild ginseng was still very expensive. The starting price would easily be millions of dollars. The ginseng that Bo-e was talking about was naturally not an ordinary ginseng. It was a real spiritual ginseng that could even be called a demigod medicine. It was even more precious than an 80,000-year-old king of medicine. It was said that this old ginseng was the ancestral ginseng of Changbai Mountain, and also the ancestral ginseng of the Northeast. Although it couldn't merge with Tao like the immortal spiritual medicine, and couldn't fly into the sky or burrow into the earth, it could move by borrowing the qi of the earth. Since ancient times, no one could dig it up. My tribe has always lived in the primordial dragon cave of Changbai Mountain, so we have the best understanding of the terrain outside the pass. Recently, we've already figured out the movements of the ancestral ginseng. Maybe we can capture this stock of demigod medicine that has existed in this world since ancient times. He wanted to ask for Yi Fan's help and borrow his great divine art. He said that if he succeeded, he would definitely reward him handsomely, even if it was just half a stalk. Earth has already entered the age of end of days, so is there still such a divine herb? Yi Fan smiled. Bo-e nodded his head. He said that they had long wanted to make a move, but they didn't have a divine arts practitioner to help them. They were afraid that if they failed, they would forever lose the chance to capture the demigod medicine. That was because this kind of spiritual thing was the most vigilant. Ever since their tribe had failed once 2,000 years ago, they had finally found another chance with great difficulty. Yi Fan and the rest entered the world of ice and snow, walking towards an uninhabited area. It was definitely not a place that mortals could enter. It was extremely primitive, and there were ancient trees that were thousands of years old everywhere. Look, this is the ginseng pit. It had appeared here before, and there's still a lingering fragrance, Bo-e pointed. In this ancient forest that was unknown how vast it was, they snuck several hundred miles before Bo-e found a few holes under the snow. Yi Fan's heart trembled. This was indeed the fragrance of a spirit medicine that was hard to find in this world, surpassing that of a medicine king. Just the lingering fragrance was refreshing. Komatsu wrinkled his purple diamond-like nose and sniffed it in an intoxicated manner. In the end, he fell into the ginseng pit with a plop, and was instantly embarrassed. How about it, Tao brother? Can we cooperate? Bo-e asked, asking for his help again. All right. Yi Fan nodded his head. We've set up a few spell formations here, but unfortunately, this ancestral tree is connected to the veins of the earth. It's impossible to lock it in place. This time with you here, fellow Taoists, things will be easier. Bo-e led Yi Fan, and the others another 250 kilometers. This made Guozhen speechless. The real Changbai Mountain was far from this vast. Who knew how big this no man's land that was surrounded by ancient formations was? However, as they walked, Bo-e suddenly disappeared into thin air. Only Yi Fan and the other two were left in the vast snowy mountain. Yi Fan called Komatsu, who was jumping around on the ancient pine and playing in the snow, over. Then he asked Guozhen to walk beside him. Guozhen was bewildered and said, "There's an intoxicating fragrance of the ancestral ginseng. We should be near the place where it appears. I heard from the elders that the places where this kind of spiritual old ginseng appears are the most dangerous. It's either guarded by something or it's a forbidden land. We can't have walked into a forbidden zone, can we?" Yi Fan said, "It's a forbidden zone, but it has nothing to do with the ancestral ginseng. Bo-e finally couldn't hold back and attacked us. What should we do? Can we break through it?" Guozhen had always been worried. He was afraid that he would come into conflict with the demonic god lineage of the primordial dragon cave. There's an ancient killing formation here. It's definitely not a problem to trap a divine lord. Even a Tao executioner might die with a grievance if they aren't careful, Yi Fan said. What? It's that terrifying. Guozhen felt a chill down his spine. It's fine. Yi Fan reassured him. At his level, there was no need to bicker with cultivators of a lower realm. However, if he really provoked them, he definitely wouldn't be lenient. Several dozen kilometers away, a group of people gathered in a primitive mountain forest. They were all wearing qilin clothes that flickered with cold light and surged with killing intent. Is it worth it? That person's cultivation is very powerful. If he rushes out, there'll be great trouble. A middle-aged man with black hair like a waterfall said. Fourth brother, don't worry. It's very worth it. Did you guys see that? That purple squirrel's bell was forged from Daluo silver essence. It's the same material as the primogenitor's weapon. It's hard to find in this world. Bowie sneered. He said that he had absolute confidence in killing Yi Fan. Once that killing formation was activated, even ancient great divine beings could be killed, let alone the people of the present. Are you sure he's really in the dragon transformation secret realm, and not someone even more terrifying? Bo Yuan was still worried. Bowie nodded and said, "The reason I lured him into the Ice Crystal Palace was to test his cultivation. There were 4 colors flashing on that divine gate. It was definitely the dragon transformation secret realm. The ancient killing formation could easily eliminate him. This is still a bit rash. If something goes wrong, the consequences will be unpredictable," another person said. "Do you guys know why I insist on attacking so ruthlessly? It's because he's someone who went with the 9 dragons pulling the coffin 20 years ago. He actually returned miraculously. It's only been 20 years. He was just a little mortal back then. Yet now he's already in the secret realm of the outer fringe. If we search his soul and find out the whole story, our clan will definitely ascend to the top," Bowie said coldly. "We can only blame a little mortal like him for having such a great fortune. His return this time is only to complete his mission and help us achieve our goals. He's only sacrificed himself for nothing." Chapter 961. Are you sure he's the one who disappeared from the summit of Mount Tai back then? The group of people in the pine forest were all astonished to the extreme. Bowie nodded and spoke of Yi Fan's name. Then he ordered people to bring over the information from the investigation back then. After comparing the two, everyone was dumbfounded. He really is the one who disappeared back then. The group of great demons were shaken. This was a heaven-defying matter. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin brought a group of people into the sky, and became an unsolvable mystery. Who would have thought that this person would reverse the situation and return? What exactly did he experience? You should understand now, right? What I've done is absolutely worth it. He's a living divine treasury. It's only been 20 years, yet he's actually created a great divine being. We'll extract his divine soul and learn his secrets. Our accomplishments will be unimaginable and far surpass a mere mortal like him," Bowie said coldly. In the depths of the primitive mountain forest, Yi Fan was calm and composed. He wasn't in a hurry to escape and brought Guozhen and Komatsu to search for the whereabouts of the ancestral ginseng in the ancient killing formation. Along the way, they discovered several ginseng pits. This everlasting white ancestral ginseng was full of essence, energy, and spirituality. It had the instinct to seek fortune and avoid calamity. Otherwise, how could it have existed since ancient times? It's a bit troublesome. It can control the energy of the earth to move. As long as it doesn't leave the earth, overturning Changbai Mountain is useless, Yi Fan said with a frown. Guozhen was speechless. He was in the ancient killing formation. Yet Yi Fan wasn't in a hurry, and was even thinking about the ancestral ginseng. It was truly admirable. "Let me try." Yi Fan lightly shouted and used the Origin Heaven Imprisonment divine technique. The thin essence energy under the earth immediately surged, and the mountains began to shake. The dying dragon vein of Changbai Mountain was revived. It obeyed his command and turned over underground. The snowy mountains on the ground shook and avalanches occurred in many places. They whistled downwards with terrifying momentum. Yi Fan stood on the ground with his feet connected to the earth. His eyes were tightly shut as he sensed all the vitality and energy underground in search of the ancestral ginseng. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. He sensed a shocking light containing boundless essence energy. It was an undying divine light that was almost as powerful as half a stalk of immortal medicine. Ancestral ginseng, it really is a half-divine medicine. Yi Fan opened his eyes and told Guozhen and Komatsu not to move and to wait on the ground. After that, Yi Fan disappeared from the surface. His Genesis techniques had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he was only a step away from matching a Genesis Heaven Master. He was like a dragon returning to the sea in the earth vein. In the depths of the earth vein, that lump of undying divine light was too fast. The instant the draconic energy began to fluctuate, it already fled far into the distance, foreseeing good or bad luck. This old ginseng is indeed not easy to deal with. It will most likely take a few months to capture it. Yi Fan rubbed his chin. It was only because he was a Genesis Heaven Master that he could chase through the earth vein. Ordinary people would have no hope at all. Yi Fan rubbed his chin. Only he, the Yuan Taoist Master, could chase it in the vein. Normal people had no hope at all. Suddenly, he found a beast bone in the vein. It was several meters long and had bird seal script carved on it. He stopped and studied it carefully. The general meaning was that the essence energy of heaven and earth would dry up, and the vein would dry up. The ancestral ginseng was intelligent, and could activate the ancestral roots underground. It could produce dragon chi and make the mountains beautiful. It hoped that the future sages would be merciful and not harm it. A light flashed in the distance, and an immortal light appeared. A ginseng half the height of a person appeared, flowing with a precious light. Yi Fan was shocked. He almost thought that an old man had appeared there. The old ginseng had appeared on its own. It looked like a human and had some blurry facial features. It was a half-divine medicine and had long-developed intelligence. It had a premonition that the person in front of it could capture it and control the vein. Thus, it had appeared and begged for mercy. That was because it had an instinct to seek fortune, and felt that this was the best time to appear. With a flick of its arm, 20 drops of 5-colored liquid flew towards Yi Fan. Moreover, it knelt down. Its doddering appearance was quite pitiful. Although it had developed intelligence, it was the same as the immortal divine medicine, and could not cultivate. Yi Fan used a white jade bottle to collect the liquid. He sighed and said, "You don't need to do this. I've already seen the records on this bone. Relax and leave." The old ginseng bowed from afar, and disappeared into the depths of the vein in a flash. Yi Fan carefully examined these medicinal liquids. 5-colored radiance flowed about, releasing a strong fragrance that seeped into one's bones. This was indeed divine liquid. He roughly estimated that 4 stalks of old ginseng were equivalent to a stalk of undying divine medicine. He pulled out some formation flags from the vein. These were restrictions set up by the heavenly scale race to capture the old ginseng in the future. Many of the artifacts were made from materials from ancient times, and would be difficult to repair once damaged. In the end, he returned to the ground. Komatsu immediately jumped over and watched nervously. He was very worried for him just now. "It's fine. The ancient formation here can't kill me. Let's go and settle the score with them now." Guozhen was overwhelmed with emotions after hearing this. This brother Yi was truly ferocious. Even an ancient formation that could kill Dao Severing Kings couldn't do anything to him. What kind of divine ability was this? Yi Fan didn't let his guard down. This ancient killing formation was very complicated and dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he might really die here. He destroyed the formation along the way and pulled out all the formation flags, completely flattening them. Dozens of miles away, Bowie said, "The avalanche just now shook all the peaks. It's obvious that the killing formation has been activated. There's no way for him to survive. His primordial spirit will automatically be sucked into the main flag. However, to be on the safe side, we'll go back first and collect his corpse 3 days later." The others nodded and returned to the primordial dragon cave in fear of an accident happening if they entered the formation too early. Yi Fan didn't hurry on his way after destroying the ancient killing formation. He looked around from time to time, and observed the primordial forest. He actually saw a few temples with sacrificial texts written by the Qing dynasty's sacred ancestor. They saw many stone tablets praising merit and bestowing Mount Changbai as a sacred mountain that reigned above the 5 sacred mountains. Not long after, they saw a few ancestral temples of the Jin dynasty. They were grand and majestic. Although they were about to collapse, they could still see the glory of the past. Back then, mortals could also enter this area, Guozhen said. Yi Fan didn't say anything and continued forward. He actually saw many dragon tablets between the mountains. They should have been left behind by the ancient people. There were flowers, birds, fish, and insects carved on them, and they didn't seem to be words. This is the primitive worship. The heavenly scale race has existed for a really long time. For their own benefit, they have supported humans of different times. Guozhen was amazed. An hour later, Yi Fan and the others returned. There was a stretch of snowy peaks in front of them. At the center of the main peak, The primordial dragon cave was overflowing with auspicious air and lingering with dragon-shaped divine radiance. You made it out alive? More than 10 men dressed in heavenly scale battle clothes with their long hair hanging loosely over their shoulders and demonic aura lingering around them were all shocked and rushed to attack. Yi Fan didn't say anything and swept his finger forward like a blade. Pu sounds rang out incessantly as more than 10 people were sliced in half at the waist. Fresh blood flowed, and the ground was scarlet red. What happened? A burly man appeared. He was a demon in reality. He had a human body and was covered in scales. He looked over and was a demon general. Not good, that person came back alive. A demon shouted. Your Excellency, please stop. We can talk things over. The demon general shouted. He wanted to stabilize the situation first. Yi Fan silently walked forward. His finger was like a sword as he pressed downwards through the air. A large amount of blood flew into the air. This demon general was hacked apart on the spot, from the top of his skull to his legs. He didn't even have time to groan before he became a corpse in half. Not good, not good. The demon soldiers all panicked. Someone rushed into the cave and reported. What are you panicking for? A demon shouted. That person named Yi Fan rushed out of the ancient formation and came back. He is currently on a killing spree outside. The demon soldier reported in fear. What? Bo-yi was stunned. His whole body turned cold and was covered in cold sweat. The other great demons also felt their blood run cold. That ancient killing formation was extremely terrifying. Hundreds of years ago, it had killed 2 great mediums. How could a cultivator from the dragon transformation secret realm break out of it? Let's go out and take a look. The group of demons had ugly expressions. Bo-yi and the others rushed out of the cave and looked forward. They saw that Yi Fan wasn't harmed in the slightest. It was as if he had entered an uninhabited realm. Those who dared to obstruct him were killed without exception. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, melting the pure white snow and dyeing the ground red. 10 kills in one step. Yi Fan was like a god of death, his expression cold and emotionless. Anyone who stood in his way would be killed with a single finger. Not a single one of them was a match for him. Stop, we can talk things over. A demon shouted. Wretch. Yi Fan ignored him. His left hand slashed diagonally and chopped off half of the demon's head. The corpse flew out for dozens of feet and blood splattered on Bo-yi, turning his face white. Brother Yi, please stop first. We can talk things over. He spoke with difficulty. His heart was bitter and his body was cold. He didn't think this would be the result. Don't you like to bully the weak? What is there to talk about? I originally didn't want to bully you and wanted to talk things out with courtesy. But now, I don't feel like talking to you. Yi Fan was very calm. Ever since he returned, no matter how weak the cultivators he met were, he treated them as equals. He didn't want to bully others. However, if someone really provoked him, he wouldn't stop killing. He wouldn't bully the weak and fear the strong. He treated everyone equally. Brother Yi, please stop. I was wrong. Bo-yi's intestines were turning green from regret. You people are asking me to stop, but the killing intent in your hearts has risen to the extreme. I can feel it with my consciousness. Yi Fan revealed a cold smile. He killed one with each step he took. It was better than taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. Blood splattered everywhere as corpses kept falling under his feet. Wretch. Yi Fan pointed with his finger. A demon from the 4 Extremes secret realm had his head explode. Brain juice splattered everywhere as he fell to the ground with his head raised. Crack! He waved his arm and flew out like an eternal light. One of Bo-yi's elder brothers was instantly cut in half. Fresh blood flowed out. If you want to live, don't let me find out that you have enmity towards me. Yi Fan said calmly and walked forward calmly. The cold wind rushed over and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He was like an Azura. Corpses were everywhere under his feet. Wretch! With a flick of his finger, the skull of a demon from the 4 Extremes secret realm was sent flying. Fresh blood and brain juice spurted several meters high. He died a violent death. He raised his right arm and slashed out horizontally. A ray of killing light was like a bolt of lightning, almost shattering all the snow-capped mountains. Bloodlight surged. The 7 to 8 demons that were standing with Bo-yi all exploded, and turned into a mist of blood. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. These were people of the same generation as him. They were the backbone of the celestial scale clan. Yet they were killed as easily as ants. This made his heart bleed. "Ah, who are you?" he shouted mournfully. His eyes were red. He took out dozens of treasures and attacked. The lord of the celestial court, Yi Fan. Yi Fan's expression was calm. With a sweep of his palm blade, all the weapons in the sky turned into dust. Moreover, half of Bo Yi's head flew off. Fresh blood splattered, and his corpse fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. This was like a legend. Although Bo Yi had just entered the dragon transformation secret realm, he could be considered a top-notch expert. Yet half of his head was sliced off in an instant. The lord of the celestial court. Everyone murmured. They were terrified to the extreme. Even Guozhen was trembling. He covered Komatsu's eyes and didn't dare to let it see. Not to mention the people of the celestial scale clan. They were all horrified. This was a legend written by the bones of a top-notch expert. "I'm an easy person to get along with. I treat people with sincerity. If people respect me, I'll respect them tenfold. The prerequisite is that you don't provoke me because you're superior." Yi Fan's tone was calm without a trace of fluctuation. He took large strides towards the primordial dragon cave. He wanted to see what was inside the cave that was overflowing with dragon chi. This was because he heard from the numinous treasure sect leader that this might be the ancient cave where the ancient sacred emperor lived. At the same time, he didn't relax. The experts of the celestial scale clan wouldn't stop here. Chapter 962. Snowy mountains stood tall and majestic. Beneath the highest peak, the primordial dragon cave was glowing with auspicious light. A few ancient pine trees were rooted at the side. This place was mysterious and peaceful. Yi Fan walked forward step by step, and entered the sacred land of the heavenly scale tribe. Behind him was a ground full of corpses and fresh blood. The ground was scarlet red. Bo Yi was dead. As a great demon of the dragon transformation secret realm, and a top-notch expert of the present age, half of his head was chopped off. It was almost a legend. The bright red blood was a ghastly sight. Demon corpses were strewn everywhere. Almost all of them were killed in one strike. The surviving demon soldiers and generals were trembling with fear. None of them dared to move forward. Yi Fan arrived in front of the primordial dragon cave. Just as he was about to step inside, a clear whistle resounded through the snowy mountains. Someone shouted from afar and rushed over like a bolt of lightning. "Who dares to behave atrociously in my Changbai ancestral grounds?" Two men rushed out from the depths of the snowy mountains. Their bodies had a kind of unruliness, and their eyes shone with radiance. Their attire was very special. They wore ancient robes and mandarin jackets, and their hair was combed into a large braid. Yi Fan was startled. Wasn't this the attire of the Qing dynasty? He didn't expect to see it in this era. It looked very primitive. However, the cultivation of these two was not weak. At least, it was rare in this era and could be considered as rare experts. "Who are you?" "Protectors of the Changbai ancestral grounds." These two claimed that this was the place where their tribe thrived. Back then, they were able to enter the pass and rule the world. No one was allowed to desecrate this place. Their expressions were extremely agitated. Yi Fan was startled. These two were indeed quite old, and could be considered as ancient seniors. Yet they still retained their primitive habits. The two wild men glanced at the corpses on the ground. As if they were stimulated, they shouted loudly, saying that this was the birthplace of their tribe. "The ones I want to kill are the Heavenly Scale tribe. I will not destroy this place. Please retreat quickly," Yi Fan said. "The bloodline of the god race and our race are fused together. You came to our ancestral land to kill people. That means you are absolutely irreconcilable with us." The two of them charged forward. Yi Fan sighed and didn't say anything else. He flicked his finger twice in succession, and with two light poo-poo sounds, blood blossomed. The two people's foreheads exploded, and they both fell onto the snowy ground, dead. The surrounding demon soldiers and demon generals did not even dare to breathe loudly. They knew very well how powerful these two people were. They had cultivated hard in Changbai Mountain for 200 to 300 years. Many great demons were no match for them, but they still died. At this moment, An old demon appeared in the primordial dragon cave. He was all bones and bones, holding a heavenly snake cane. He sighed and said, "Thou friend, please have mercy." This was an old sky snake, and his age was frighteningly old. Although his cultivation was not very high, his seniority was extremely high, and everyone in the Heavenly Scale clan respected him. When everyone saw that he had appeared, they all stepped forward and called him Old Ancestor. They surrounded him in the middle, afraid that something might happen to him. "I've been in human form for more than 500 years, but I've lost more than half of my cultivation. Something unexpected happened during my cultivation." Yi Fan muttered to himself. "We were wrong. Please have mercy on us and let the Heavenly Scale clan live," the old sky snake said. He bowed deeply and begged bitterly. "I don't want to kill too much either. I can't bear to see you like this, but I'm even more unwilling to be targeted by a group of enemies. What do you want me to do?" Yi Fan's expression was cold. "They won't have any hostility. I can guarantee that no one will dare to have any evil intentions," the old sky snake guaranteed. "It's not that I don't believe you, but I don't believe them. My divine will can clearly sense that some people have killing intent towards me, and it has climbed to the extreme," Yi Fan said calmly. He attacked again. Pu-pu sounds rang out incessantly, but the foreheads of those with strong killing intent all exploded. Blood and brain matter splattered all over the ground, and one corpse after another fell to the ground with their backs to the sky. "Go find the heavenly demon and bring the flood dragon ancestor to protect the cave," someone shouted crazily. His eyes were red because a few important clansmen had died. The entrance of the primordial dragon cave was scarlet red, and corpses were everywhere. "No," the old sky snake immediately shouted and revealed a shocked expression. "Old Ancestor, could it be that the heavenly demon that has entered the flood dragon ancestor's body can't deal with him? So many of our clansmen have died, we have to avenge them." A great demon roared crazily. Yi Fan stopped at the cave entrance and did not make another move. More than 10 great demons had died, and only the small demons were left trembling there. Those with hostility had all been killed. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar was heard from afar. It was like a dragon's cry that shook the 9 heavens. A flood dragon rushed over and leaped over many snowy peaks. It was as huge as a mountain ridge, and it swung its huge tail towards Yi Fan. Guozhen's eyes almost popped out. He held on to Komatsu and quickly retreated. It was really a huge silver flood dragon, and it was extremely similar to a real dragon. Its 2 eyes were like lanterns. The divine flood dragon swung its tail and cracked a snowy mountain. Rocks flew through the air, and the avalanche was like a tsunami. The boundless white snow covered the sky and covered the earth. This place seemed like it was going to collapse. The super huge flood dragon was not something that could be born in this era, but it appeared alive and well in front of them. There was a great power that made every demon tremble and want to kneel down. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. What era was this? How could there still be a flood dragon like this? This flood dragon's body had definitely cut down the Tao a long time ago. Something's wrong. He discovered something strange. Although the flood dragon was powerful, its flesh was ice cold. Although there was a powerful magical power surging within its body, it was very uncoordinated. So it's just a corpse that's being controlled by someone. Yi Fan shook his head. This was a flood dragon ancestor of the celestial scale race. Back then, his cultivation was heaven-defying, but it was a pity that an accident happened when he was cultivating a certain secret technique. His primordial spirit withered and died, leaving only his flesh body. However, it also became the celestial scale race's sect-guarding treasure. When an expert's primordial spirit entered its body, it could unleash extremely terrifying battle prowess that could tear apart those with great divine abilities. At this moment, the pride of their race, the celestial demon physique, rode the flood dragon and wanted to battle Yi Fan. He shouted coldly, "You have to pay the price for coming to my race's blood massacre. Hand over your life. Your primordial spirit isn't strong, and your cultivation isn't enough. So what if you have the body of a Tao executioner? You might be able to deal with others, but it's really useless against me," Yi Fan said coldly. Roar! The huge flood dragon covered the sky and covered the earth as it swooped down at Yi Fan. It had the power to move mountains and fill up the seas. In this era, it was definitely unrivaled. Everyone from the celestial scale race paid close attention and clenched their fists tightly. They believed that even those with great divine abilities wouldn't be able to block such a world-shocking attack. In the current world, there was no one that could compare to the corporeal body of a Tao executioner. Apart from the dragon's roar, there was no other sound between the heaven and earth. Only the huge flood dragon became the only thing between the heaven and earth. However, out of everyone's expectations, the Tao executioner's flood dragon didn't crush Yi Fan. Instead, its head was smashed by his fist, and fresh blood flowed out as it flew back to the horizon. So what if it's a Tao executioner's flood dragon? It's just a corpse. I've even killed a living Tao executioner before. Yi Fan softly muttered to himself. He stood there proudly and looked up at the silver flood dragon in the sky. His expression was calm, and he didn't have a trace of fear. Everyone was stunned. Many people heard what he said and were so scared that their bodies turned cold. Who was this person that had killed a living Tao executioner before? Leave quickly. The old heavenly snake stood at the entrance of the primordial dragon cave and roared. Old ancestor, there's no need to worry. Watch how I take his life. Since he dared to behave atrociously in my primordial dragon cave, his blood will splatter 5 meters. The silver flood dragon shouted. He didn't hear what Yi Fan was muttering to himself. He opened his mouth and spat out a purple bolt of lightning. This was a purple gold treasured mirror that was refined by a Tao executioner in the past. The purple light that it emitted could melt all things, and even cult masters would suffer heavy injuries if they were swept by it. However, Yi Fan didn't dodge at all. He went against the sky and faced the attack head-on. His golden fist was overflowing with astral chi, and directly pierced through the heaven and earth. Gotcha! Something terrifying happened. The purple treasured mirror shattered into dozens of pieces and scattered down like a meteor shower. It was shattered by a single punch. Heavens, how is this possible? He used his fist to destroy a Tao executioner's weapon. Many people from the heavenly scale race were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweat. Many of them were trembling uncontrollably. How could they see this kind of power today? It was something that could only appear in ancient legends. Tao Executioner Flood Dragon King. Yi Fan's soft voice came from the sky. Then, he shook his hands and emitted a heaven-overflowing golden light that struck forward. Pung pung. A terrifying sound rang out. That huge silver flood dragon was grabbed by a pair of mountain-like golden hands. With a forceful pull, it was broken into more than 10 pieces. Blood and flood dragon bones fell onto the ground. Below, a snowy mountain was smashed apart. The flood dragon's corpse fell down, causing the earth to tremble. A white heavenly snake rushed out from the flood dragon corpse. It was as fast as lightning and wanted to escape. It was precisely the race's heavenly demonic physique. Chi. Yi Fan pointed out with his finger. He immediately fell onto the ground and turned into a young man. His face was deathly pale, and his expression was fierce as he clenched his teeth. It's not like I haven't seen the heavenly demonic physique before. That friend of mine should be severing the Tao soon, right? Yi Fan muttered to himself. He thought of the Northern Dipper star domain, and became absent-minded. Who exactly are you? The heavenly demonic physique shouted. His eyes were bloodshot as if he wanted to devour someone. I've already said it many times. I'm the master of the celestial court, Yi Fan. Yi Fan's voice was very soft. Although it was not the first time the people present heard it, it still caused their hearts to palpitate. I actually don't want to kill. However, your killing intent towards me is so strong that I have no choice but to strangle a genius. No. The group of people behind shouted loudly. Yi Fan did not pay them any attention. With a light tap, the heavenly demonic physique cried out loudly. The space between his brows was pierced, and he fell onto the snowy ground without a trace of life. Yi Fan was neither happy nor worried. He once again arrived in front of the primordial dragon cave. This group of people's hearts were filled with extreme fear as they continuously retreated. It's our fault. We shouldn't have killed you out of greed. However, you've already killed 39 members of our tribe, and almost all of them were great demons. If our tribe is not exterminated, Our vitality will be greatly damaged within 500 years. We won't dare to leave the mountain, and can only seal ourselves in Changbai Mountain. Can you let us go? The old heavenly snake begged. Yi Fan sighed in his heart. He really could not bear to kill him. If the other party was extremely vicious and rushed over, he would not show any mercy. Those who want to stay in the heavenly snake primogenitor, come over. Even if you use that snake skin, it will be useless. He turned around and looked at another ancient cave. The heavenly scale clan's chief, Bo Run, walked out with an ashen face. Although he was known as an absolute expert in the dragon transformation secret realm, he was nothing in front of him. You used your own strength to suppress my tribe. If you admit defeat, you can kill as you please. Bo Run spoke as he supported the old heavenly snake. The heavenly scale clan had 2 dragon transformation experts. Bo Yi was already dead, and only Bo Run was left. Struggling was futile. I also don't want to kill too many people. Seal yourselves in the mountain for 500 years. During this period, you are not allowed to leave, Yi Fan said calmly. Many thanks for not killing us, the old heavenly snake said with a trembling voice. The others secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Many of them followed the old snake and bowed silently. Chapter 963. The chief of the heavenly scale tribe, Bo Run, requested Yi Fan to seal the mountain, saying that their cultivation was not high enough and that the seal would not be strong enough. Yi Fan nodded. He knew that the heavenly scale tribe was showing their determination. They were assuring him that they would not step out of the Changbai mountain for the next 500 years. He didn't say too much, entering the origin dragon cave. Immortal light shone brilliantly, auspicious energy like smoke. The ancient cave was extremely deep, mottled traces of time. He first saw 2 praying mats, and was surprised because there were traces of Tao on them. It was obvious that experts had been meditating here for a long time. Where are these 2? Many people of the heavenly scale tribe were nervous. The old sky snake quickly explained. They are the protectors of the primordial dragon cave. They have not returned for 100 years. He did not dare to hide anything. At Yi Fan's realm, no one could stop his powerful consciousness. There were no secrets to speak of. Changbai Mountain was regarded as the ancestral land of the dragon rise by the Nuzan tribe. In ancient times, they would come here every year to pay their respects. The 2 protectors were the ancestors of the Nuzan tribe. If they were still alive, they should be more than 1,000 years old. People from the Jin dynasty. Yi Fan muttered to himself. When the Nuzan tribe came out of seclusion and destroyed the northern Song dynasty, these 2 people had already entered the cave. Later on, they were successful in cultivation, and became the protectors of the heavenly scale tribe. Ancient people, Yi Fan pondered. These 2 people's cultivation was not low and should be worth paying attention to. The Manchu Qing also regarded Changbai Mountain as their ancestral land, because they were the descendants of the Nuzan tribe. The 2 ancient people that Yi Fan killed not long ago were from the Qing dynasty, and were known as the protectors. Obviously, they could not be compared to the protectors. These 2 ancient people from the Jin dynasty were around 1,000 years old, and had survived since ancient times. They might not have died until now. They might not die after leaving for 100 years. Yi Fan said softly, and did not say anything else. This ancient cave was very deep. It was said that there was an ancient saint emperor, who went to the north and meditated here for hundreds of years. Hence, it was called the primordial dragon cave. In the depths of the ancient cave, there was a stone room that was dry and clean. There were no furnishings at all, and not even auspicious energy could approach. It could be described as simple and crude. However, Yi Fan stared at this place. Ignoring everything else, he strode in and asked what kind of place it was. Bo Run, the heavenly serpent clan leader, replied. This was the place where their primogenitor demonic god resided in seclusion. He would often stay there for hundreds of years, and no one dared to approach. Where did Sky Snake progenitor go? Yi Fan asked. Bo Run sighed softly. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth had dried up. The heavenly serpent ancestor had predicted that the future generations would be unfavorable for cultivation, and would find it difficult to prove his Tao. Thus, he disappeared from the human world during the Warring States period. Yi Fan entered the stone room and closed his eyes to sense it. He felt that something was off. There was no demonic qi in the stone room. It was calm and peaceful, untainted by the mortal world. It was very special. It is said that in ancient times, a saint emperor came here to cultivate in seclusion. It was only 1,000 years after he left that our ancestors found this place, the old heavenly snake said. That's right. Yi Fan let them leave and sat down cross-legged. He sat there for half a month and didn't move a single step. During this time he only passed on a Taoist book to Guozhen, and gave him a few pieces of origin and 2 stalks of spirit medicine. As for Komatsu, he was very restless. After gnawing on a stalk of spirit medicine, he climbed up and down in the stone room like a little naughty monkey that couldn't stay still. There is a stone diagram 3 zhang into the stone. Yi Fan was astonished. He opened his eyes half a month later. Who was it that left this behind? There was a diagram inside the stone wall that even the heavenly eye of Source couldn't see through. This exceeded common sense. His heavenly eye could see through all fabrications and could see through the stone walls of mountains and rivers. Now he only managed to catch a glimpse of it after comprehending the Tao for half a month. He wanted to reach out and break the wall, but he suddenly stopped himself. He remembered a rumor that the ancient great mediums used their thoughts to carve the diagram and brand it into the stone. If he broke it by force, everything would be destroyed and nothing would be obtained. Yi Fan didn't act rashly. In the end, he faced the stone wall and sat down cross-legged again. He remained motionless, quietly observing and comprehending. This made the Heavenly Snake clan uneasy. They would be on tenterhooks as long as he didn't leave. The heavenly secret technique of source break. In the present age, only Yi Fan could observe the diagram in the stone like this. Otherwise, even a half-saint would find it difficult to see the diagram 3 zhang deep into the stone wall. He spent another half a month. His eyes were dry and his heavenly eye was almost broken. Only then did he see everything clearly and draw a stone carving. The moment he saw it clearly, Yi Fan knew what it was. His heart trembled. He quickly took out a bone fragment and carved the mountain and river diagram he saw in the underground palace of Mount Lu. It's one piece. This is a part of the diagram. He was shocked and firmly remembered it in his heart. Then he gently wiped away the traces he had carved. Immortal ascension opportunity. He didn't expect to see such a thing in the primordial dragon cave. This was truly unexpected. He guessed that it was either carved by the heavenly snake primogenitor or left behind by an ancient sage emperor. In any case, it was at least a great sage. The ancient people who were dismembered in the underground palace of Mount Dragon and Qisongzi. The immortal who was buried in fire on Mount Eightling. Which one of them wasn't a great sage? Thinking about it, it was truly shocking. The great sage of the human race's collection of diagrams must be incomparably heaven-defying. To be honest, Yi Fan didn't think much of it when he obtained the first stone carving and the second bone fragment. But now that he had obtained the third diagram, he was greatly moved. He wanted to collect all of them. His parents had passed away and he had nothing else to ask for on earth. Immortal ascension was his only goal. This immortal ascension painting was very important to him. Yi Fan left Mount Changbai. He didn't take action personally and told them to seal themselves for 500 years. Then he disappeared with Guozhen and Komatsu outside the snowy mountains. In the outside world, it was already the beginning of spring. The ice and snow had melted, and tender shoots had broken through the soil. There was a faint smell of soil. Yi Fan gave Guozhen some Taoist books, some source blocks, and spirit medicine. Then they parted ways. They had gotten to know each other and given each other an opportunity. They couldn't always walk together. Everyone had their own path and path. He and Komatsu returned to B City. During this period, he received a call from Su Qiong. After so long, there was no news from her. She thought something had happened to him. Yi Fan treated Su Qiong and her family to a simple meal. Komatsu stayed at home and didn't dare to follow them. He was afraid that Su Yi, that crazy girl, would torture him. He rested for 2 days and then headed south. He was prepared to go to Thousand Demon Valley. According to the information he obtained from the heavenly scale race, the mystery of whether Pangbo was real or fake was related to this line. Actually, he had already guessed whether he should go or not. He was only here to verify it. Thousand Demon Valley was located in the Ba Mountains. In ancient times, it was unknown how many great demons had left their orthodoxy there. It had long become the holy land of the demon race. The Ba Mountains referred to the mountains that stretched across the borders of Sichuan, Shaanxi, Gansu and Hubei provinces. Yi Fan planned to go to Shenangjia in Hubei and enter from the east. That was because since the last century, there had always been rumors that there were savages in Shenangjia. Now that he was back, he also wanted to find out whether the so-called savages really existed. Yi Fan brought Komatsu into Shenangjia. He walked very slowly, avoiding various scenic spots. He walked into an uninhabited area. The ancient trees had already sprouted, and the spring water was gurgling. It was very serene. There were many bushes in the primitive area. The jungle was dense, so he didn't hurry. In the end, he even stayed in a valley for a few days to appreciate the beauty of the mountains and rivers. Savages, they've finally found them. Hurry up and chase after them. We must take a clear picture. Someone shouted. Yi Fan saw a group of people chasing in the distant mountains. He took Komatsu and leaped lightly, silently overtaking them. Soon he saw a strange man covered in long hair a few miles away. When the savage saw Yi Fan coming through the air, he was scared out of his wits and knelt to beg for mercy. Please spare my life, immortal. I didn't hurt anyone. I was just accidentally discovered by humans. Yi Fan was speechless. He finally knew what the so-called savage was. It was a small demon that had not completely transformed. It was covered in long hair and ran upright. It really looked like a savage. Which mountain do you cultivate in? I'm a small demon in the Thousand Demon Valley. I often play with my friends. Occasionally, I come to Shenangjia along the east side of the Ba Mountains, the small demon replied. In fact, it was not small. It was more than 2 meters tall when it stood upright. It was a wild ape that had transformed into a human. Seriously speaking, it was not much different from a savage. Yi Fan suddenly smiled. He was about to go to the Thousand Demon Valley. He did not expect to meet a small demon in the valley, which saved him a lot of trouble. He did not make things difficult for the wild ape spirit, because he could not help but think of the monkey in the Big Dipper when he saw it. Generally speaking, the Ba Mountains were 1,000 kilometers long and bordered several provinces. The small demons in the Thousand Demon Valley would sometimes sneak out and play along the mountain range. Yi Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. The mystery of the savages in Shenangjia originated from the Thousand Demon Valley? After learning the truth, he really did not know what to say, so he could only shake his head. The wild ape was very fast. It went straight into the territory of Sichuan with Yi Fan, and went deep into the Ba Mountains. They saw many hanging coffins on some uninhabited cliffs, which were full of mystery. The cliffs were tall and the coffins were mottled. After thousands of years, it could be said to be a miracle. Haven't you opened them? Yi Fan asked. The wild ape shrank its neck and said, We don't dare to open them. Everyone said that 500 years ago, an old valley master wanted to find an earth immortal. He opened many hanging coffins and died inexplicably in the end. After that, few people dared to open them. Yi Fan sneered and said, We are cultivators, are we afraid of this? We can't say. The current third valley master also said that it was related to an ancient earth immortal. He told us not to touch it, and to tell him immediately if we see a strange hanging coffin. When Yi Fan heard this, he thought of a paragraph in the ancient book Taiping Royal Reading. The residents of the earth immortal, there are thousands of hanging coffins on the cliff. Soon, they entered the deepest part of the Ba Mountains, where there were few people. After turning left and right, they suddenly disappeared from a mountain ridge and entered a more vast area. Ancient cliffs stood in great numbers, old trees towered into the sky, and apes cried and tigers roared. It was a very primitive landscape, as if no human had entered for thousands of years. Sure enough, Yi Fan nodded. The myriad demon valley was also isolated from the human world, surrounded by an ancient formation, in a vast uninhabited area. In ancient times, a demon god cultivated here, and then some famous great demons came to seek shelter. So it gradually became a holy land for the demon race. The valley was called the Myriad Demon Valley, because there was more than one kind of demon in the valley. There were all kinds of races, and every generation, 3 valley masters would be elected, all of whom were extremely powerful. The myriad demon valley was full of talents, and there were many demon races. In terms of power, it was actually more prosperous and powerful than the inheritance of the other 3 great demon gods. Far away, Yi Fan saw a huge valley, where demon chi soared into the sky, surrounded by ribbons of black fog, as if a peerless demon was lying dormant. It really is a holy land for demon cultivation. He observed the terrain of the mountains and rivers. This was a place of demons. According to the Book of Source Heaven, it was possible that an ancient demon emperor had transformed here, which created such a terrain. Many small demons climbed up and down in the valley, and it was very lively. Yi Fan secretly thought that since this place was so prosperous, there might really be tens of thousands of demons. A large black flag fluttered in the wind, with the 3 words Myriad Demon Valley written on it. It was inserted in the valley, and every time it fluttered, it seemed to be able to topple mountains and overturn seas, emitting bursts of thunder and extraordinary momentum. Suddenly, drums sounded in the Myriad Demon Valley, and a group of great demons came out to greet them. They seemed to be able to roar through the world, pluck the stars and grab the moon. Their momentum was astonishing, and their demon chi was monstrous. Honored guests, forgive me for not being able to welcome you. In the middle was a monkey with a thunderous mouth, fiery eyes, and golden hair all over its body. It was a living sacred battle ape. Yi Fan was stunned, and he almost cried out. It was too similar to the monkey Big Dipper. The wild ape spirit beside him whispered. This was their 3rd valley master. May I ask for the 3rd valley master's name? The thunderous mouth, fiery eyes, and golden ears of the Monkey King were very sensitive, and he answered, Sun Wukong. Yi Fan was stunned and petrified on the spot. Chapter 964. A monkey with sparkling golden fur, fiery eyes, and a thunderous mouth called himself Sun Wukong. A group of great demons followed behind him. This scene was astonishing. Yi Fan stared blankly for a long time. What was going on? This was simply too subversive. Could it be that the Central Plains really had a Sun Wukong who had gone to the Western Paradise to obtain scriptures? He opened his heavenly eyes and observed this monkey. Its body was extraordinary, and its shell was different. This type of physique was rarely seen. If it wasn't for the fact that it was born in the cultivationless age, it would definitely have great accomplishments in the future. Now, in the dragon transformation secret realm, he could be considered a top-notch expert in the present age. In this era where great divine beings didn't appear, no one could suppress him. Greetings, Brother Yi. This monkey walked forward. The group of great demons all wore respectful expressions as they saluted together. Yi Fan returned the greeting. There were many questions in his heart. Why did he meet Sun Wukong here? It was so similar to the one on the other side of the starry sky. What exactly was going on? The 10,000 Demon Valley was truly magnificent. The cliffs around it towered into the clouds, majestic and lofty. The giant valley that was formed was enough to accommodate several super-large cities. As soon as he entered the valley, he saw several waterfalls that were thousands of zhang long. They hung down from the valley walls, creating a vast expanse of whiteness. It was incomparably magnificent. Under the illumination of the sunlight, colorful mists enshrouded the place. The valley was extremely deep, and this place was evergreen all year round. Along the way, there were stone forests and bright lakes. It was as if he had entered a small world of its own. There were orchards within the valley. Golden and bright red fruits filled the branches, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. Moreover, there were medicinal fields filled with Solomon's seal, Polygonum multiflorum, ginseng, and others. This monkey realized that Yi Fan cared a lot about its name. He explained along the way with a smile. He had read The Journey to the West Among Mortals and felt that it was a bit interesting. As such, he came up with this name himself. Yi Fan was speechless. So this was the case. After thinking about it, it made sense. This monkey didn't look like an old demon no matter how he looked at it. It shouldn't have cultivated for more than 300 years. On the side, a great demon said that the 3rd Valley Master was extraordinarily talented and had only cultivated for around 230 years. This was rare in the present age. Yi Fan nodded. In this era, reaching the dragon transformation secret realm after cultivating for around 200 years, was considered an inborn talent. This was related to his extraordinary embryonic bones. There were many monkeys in Chuan, and 1 in 10 million monkeys could attain the Tao. With such an achievement, it was reasonable for him to cultivate in the demon tribe's holy land like the Demon's Valley. After chatting for a while, Yi Fan learned that this monkey claimed to be the descendant of the great sage of the ape race. He had obtained the teachings of the sacred ape race, which was why he had cultivated to such a state. According to ancient texts, as long as a monkey had great achievements, it would automatically evolve into a saint ape. Its final appearance would be that of a thunder god with fiery golden eyes. Yi Fan pondered. Could it be that the primordial sacred battle apes had come to Earth and left behind some descendants? However, the power of their bloodline deteriorated, and this monkey showed some signs of atavism? Yi Fan wondered if the primordial sacred battle apes had come to Earth and left behind some descendants. But later, the power of their bloodline deteriorated, and this monkey showed some signs of atavism. He didn't say it out loud. Otherwise, with the monkey's temper, he might get angry. The group came to the depths of the myriad demon valley. The terrain was even more magnificent. Third Valley Master was an extraordinary ape spirit. His fiery eyes could see through illusions, and his divine gaze was like lightning. When Yi Fan was still a dozen or so li away from the valley, he was standing on the cliff. He saw him, but he couldn't see through his cultivation. He was greatly shaken, and so he personally came out to greet him. The Third Valley Master was an extraordinary ape spirit. His fiery eyes could see through illusions. When Yi Fan was a dozen miles away from the valley, he saw him standing on the cliff. He saw him, but he couldn't see through his cultivation. He was greatly shocked, so he came out to greet him. Yi Fan was very direct. He explained the reason for his visit, and asked about the mystery of Pangbo. He was quite sure that it was done by the myriad demon valley. The group entered the ancient city and arrived at a mansion. After inviting Yi Fan to take a seat, the Third Valley Master personally explained that they did take action back then, but they didn't harm anyone. The group entered the ancient city and arrived at a mansion. After inviting Yi Fan to take a seat, the Third Valley Master personally explained that they did take action back then, but they didn't harm anyone. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin descended to the peak of Mount Tai, and then quickly set sail. Back then, the world was shaken and every sect was shocked. They all reacted immediately. The myriad demon valley was the holy land of the demonic race, so they naturally wouldn't fall behind. They investigated everyone's background that very day, and their reaction was the fastest because the 3 Valley Masters personally took action. Pangbo's bloodline was personally investigated by the Third Valley Master. When he saw that there was a faint trace of ancient demonic god blood in their bodies, he was immediately moved. He thought that the 9 dragons pulling the coffin might have some kind of karma, so he arranged for an evil spirit to take Pangbo's appearance and go back to investigate this race. Unfortunately, after investigating for more than 10 years, they didn't gain much. They didn't even know what kind of race this race used to be. In the end, the evil spirit crossed tribulation and was hacked to death. At this point, they didn't continue investigating because they felt that there was no need to. Many of the ancient distinguished races had already faded into the masses and returned to being ordinary. We didn't let the Pang family down. Instead, we made that evil spirit perform filial piety for the missing person for more than 10 years. He didn't have any intention of harming anyone, said the Third Valley Master. Yi Fan was silent. He thought of the memories he had obtained from Pangbo's father. When that evil spirit was drunk, he had said that they were an ancient demonic race. In the end, Pangbo's father slapped him awake, but he didn't retaliate. Although there were times when he acted strangely, he didn't do anything disrespectful. Yi Fan could only nod and didn't denounce him. From a certain perspective, he should let out a sigh of relief because the real Pangbo was still in the Big Dipper and still alive. He had already expected all of this. The trip to the Myriad Demon Valley was just to verify it, and it was indeed the case. After understanding the cause and effect, Yi Fan could only sigh. He stood in this ancient city and looked up at the sky, lost in thought. Many of his old friends were on the other side of the starry sky. Everything on earth had been settled, but he couldn't go back. Becoming an immortal was the only choice left. The third Valley Master invited him to stay in the Myriad Demon Valley for a long time to discuss cultivation together. Yi Fan couldn't refuse, so he didn't leave in a hurry. He also wanted to see what was special about the demon race's holy land. The first Valley Master was an immortal crane who cultivated into a human form. He had a lifespan of 600 years. It was said that he had obtained part of the ancient sword Immortal Orthodoxy in Mount Shu. He was extremely powerful, and had already completed the realm of dragon transformation. This old crane was close to being the strongest among the known sect masters. Unless a great mediator came into being, no one could suppress it. He had obtained part of Mount Shu's immortal sword orthodoxy, and had been in seclusion all year round. He wouldn't come out unless it was a matter of life and death for the Myriad Demon Valley. The second Valley Master was an immortal cat who had the bloodline of an ancient demon god. He wandered outside all year round in search of the immortal mountain ruins, and rarely cared about the valley's affairs. It was said that the first Valley Master was his ancestor, and the founder of the Myriad Demon Valley. He left during the Warring States period, and left behind the Art of 3 Lives, which was inherited by the second Valley Master. Yi Fan stayed here for 2 months in one go, expelling the old and taking in the new, embracing the simple and returning to the true. In this place, he sensed traces of an unmatched existence transforming into the Tao. The Komatsu was the happiest. He played with a group of small demons, and ran all over the mountains and plains. However, the little thing had strong self-control. Every night, it would absorb the moonlight with the help of the small stone Buddha, and cultivate seriously. Since he had come to Shu, Yi Fan naturally wanted to find out more about the ancient immortal Qi Song Zi. Ever since he saw the 7 flying swords in the fiery burial immortal grounds, he felt that the Shushan sword immortals might have come from his lineage. The third Valley Master smiled and told Yi Fan that Qi Song Zi was not from Shu. He was from Zhujiang, but he had come to Shu to preach and leave behind his orthodoxy. Yi Fan suddenly realized that when Qi Song Zi was mentioned in the ancient books, it was written about Jinhua Mountain, Tiantai Mountain and other places. These places existed in Zhujiang and Sichuan. In the orthodoxy obtained by the first Valley Master, there were some vague records that pointed to the ancient immortal Qi Song Zi. It was suspected that he was the one who passed down the line of sword immortals. He was the most famous cultivator in the ancient times. Before Shino achieved his Tao, he had received part of his teachings. Before Yellow Emperor's Tao was completed, he had also asked him for advice. It was not surprising that such a famous cultivator in the ancient times would leave behind a sword immortal orthodoxy. It was a matter of course. Do you know why Qi Song Zi came from Zhujiang to Shu Mountain to cultivate? The third Valley Master asked with a smile. Is there a reason? Yi Fan was surprised. Of course there are some secrets. The third Valley Master nodded, and began to talk about some ancient anecdotes. Qi Song Zi had been pursuing something all his life. Even when he passed away and disappeared from the world, he still could not forget it. He had an obsession in his heart. It is said that Qi Song Zi was an ancient immortal. However, the few demon god ancestors knew that he could not be an immortal. He was searching for a way to become an immortal. The third Valley Master said. At that level of cultivation, what else could attract him? Only to become an immortal. He went west to Sichuan and spent his entire life in order to become an immortal. Did he find anything? Yi Fan asked. He obtained an immortal bone from Tiantai Mountain in Zhujiang. It contained the mystery of becoming an immortal. He found the land of Shu. It was said that part of the immortal bone pointed to this place. However, he spent half his life in Shu and did not find the ultimate secret place. All his efforts were in vain, and he could not become an immortal. When Yi Fan heard this, his heart was moved. It was related to the map of opportunities to become immortal. Could it be that the ultimate secret place was in Shu Mountain? However, so many years had passed. Were there any traces left? The Myriad Demon Valley was in Sichuan. Naturally, they knew many ancient secrets. The previous Valley Masters had searched for it, and even found the footprints left by Qi Song Zi. The previous Valley Masters have been tracking it down, and found that Qi Song Zi might really have been chasing after a real immortal. He almost touched it. Especially an old Valley Master 500 years ago, he made an amazing discovery. Unfortunately, he did not have time to tell the secret and died inexplicably. The third Valley Master sighed. The myriad Demon Valley spent a lot of manpower and material resources to track it down and inadvertently made a breakthrough in the ancient hanging coffins. Then, from the hanging coffins in Shu to the ancient coffins in Wui Mountain, no one knew how many were opened. They harvested a few ancient jade books from the oldest hanging coffins. They vaguely pointed out that there should be an earth immortal with a big secret. There were records in ancient books, and there were more than one. The myriad Demon Valley had also seriously speculated that there might be a real earth immortal, not a deified human. There are thousands of hanging coffins on the cliff in the residence of an earth immortal. The clouds are the bones of an immortal. They found that the earth immortal that Qi Songzi was looking for might be the one. Chapter 965. Several pieces of ancient jade had lost their luster. Too much time had passed, and they had lost their splendor. There was blood on them, which was said to have been in contact with corpses for a long time. Yifan held it in his hand. Although there was no light, it was gentle and delicate, giving off a warm feeling. This was an ancient jade book, and any one of them was priceless. Without a doubt, this was a national treasure. Every time one appeared, it would cause a sensation. The jade was engraved with dense oracle bone inscriptions. The colors of the ancient jade were different. Some were yellow like gold, some were red like blood, and some were white like sheep fat. Their luster was restrained, as if they were covered in a layer of dust. There were mottled marks of time, and one could tell they were antiques at a glance. There were 6 pieces in total. These were obtained by the previous masters of the 10,000 Demon Valley. They had taken them from the ancient coffins and opened countless coffins from Sichuan to Wui Mountain. And among them, the 2 most ancient pieces were personally found by the first Valley Master, the ancient Yao God. Yifan turned the ancient jade against the sunlight and carefully studied each character. They were shaped like birds, fish, and insects, and were extremely difficult to understand. He only understood the general meaning. Just as the third Valley Master had said, the ancient jade book found in the hanging coffins contained a shocking secret that vaguely pointed to an earth immortal. Qi Songzi had an immortal bone with a part of the map on it. He came to Sichuan to search and personally open tens of thousands of coffins, but he failed at the last moment and didn't get what he wanted. We didn't have the immortal bone to guide us, so we were very direct. We traveled the world and opened ancient coffins one after another to find what he wanted. The third Valley Master said. These 6 pieces of ancient jade were their final harvest. They vaguely mentioned an earth immortal, but they didn't say where he was. They didn't know where he was, and it was incomparably mysterious. You want to find what even Qi Songzi couldn't find based on these? Yifan asked. Try your best no matter the result, the third Valley Master said. The previous Valley Masters were very persistent and never gave up. An earth immortal, since he was already an immortal, he must have supernatural abilities. It was easier said than done to get everything from him. Yifan carved the map on the immortal bone and showed it to the third Valley Master, asking if he knew where it was. I've never seen this kind of terrain before. It should be an area trapped by an ancient formation that can't be seen in the modern world. You said that an old Valley Master made a shocking discovery 500 years ago. What are you referring to? Yifan asked. He only said that he finally understood before he quickly left this world. Before he died, he pointed out a place, but none of us can enter, said the third Valley Master. What is this place? Yifan asked. The place where Qi Songzi comprehended the Tao, the immortal sword Heaven Lake. The third Valley Master's expression was solemn. Back then, the old Valley Master's magical power was unparalleled and extraordinary. He was an expert in formations, but in the end he only managed to escape with his last breath. The old Valley Master only had time to indicate that what Qi Songzi had discovered, combined with what the previous Valley Masters had been trying to find, they might be able to find an earth immortal. Shushan has a place called the Heavenly Sword Lake. Yifan was surprised. He had never heard of it before. The third Valley Master nodded. He said that after Qi Songzi passed down his teachings, he practiced his swordsmanship and comprehended the Tao alone. Now no one could enter it. Yifan thought for a while. He could sense through his spiritual will that the third Valley Master was not lying. Therefore, he wanted to give it a try. Take me there to have a look. The Third Valley Master told him everything because he wanted to borrow his strength. He had already seen that Yi Fan was not an ordinary person. He might even be comparable to the great mediums of the ancient times. Moreover, through the name, he thought of what happened 20 years ago. He found information from back then and compared it. He was even more shocked. He knew that Yi Fan was one of those who disappeared on the coffin of the 9 dragons. The Heavenly Sword Heaven Lake was naturally not an ordinary place. However, no one in this world knew that it was protected by an ancient formation. Normally, even birds could not enter or leave. On that day, Yi Fan and the Third Valley Master left the myriad Demon Valley and headed straight for a large mountain in the Shu Kingdom. Mount Amei was covered in layers of mountains. The mountain was majestic, and the scenery was beautiful. The so-called Shu Mountain was the general name for the mountain range near Amei. Here, ancient trees towered into the sky, broken clouds and bridges connected. There were deep ravines and deep valleys. Thousands of ravines flowed, and the sound of water babbled. The atmosphere of the mortal world here is too heavy. Yi Fan frowned. He did not think that there was a heavenly sword orthodoxy here. There is no other way. Now this place has become a scenic spot. There are too many tourists. The cultivators have long left, the Third Valley Master said. Mount Amei was one of the 4 famous mountains of Buddhism in China. It was the place of the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. Usually there were many tourists. The Third Valley Master said, I have to say that Buddhism is very far-sighted. Before the age of Dharma ending, they began to spread their teachings to the east. They used many spiritual mountains to cultivate in the Middle Earth to ensure that their inheritance would continue. However, Hindustan no longer believes in Buddhism. This is the place of the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. Let me see if there are still ancient saints here. Yi Fan stood in the air and scanned the area with his powerful consciousness. However, he could not detect anything. The true Buddhist cultivators have already retreated from the golden peak of Mount Amei. They are cultivating in an uninhabited area not far away. There is a protective spell formation there. Mortals cannot detect them, the Third Valley Master said. At the same time, he mentioned the advantages of Buddhism. They gathered faith through incense and relied on the power of faith to cultivate. It was a great advantage in the age of Dharma ending. Has no one in the Middle Earth followed suit? Yi Fan asked curiously. There is no other way. There are too many strong people in the Middle Earth. One Taoist can be divided into dozens and hundreds of sections. They do not trust each other. Even the 3 pure ones are the result of mutual compromise, not to mention the demon race. There is no system of deities. They are contradictory. Even if there is incense, who do you worship? Earth City God, Mountain God, Yama, Guan Eryi, Taoist Master, God of Fortune, Door God, Kitchen God, Dragon King, Queen Mother, God. 3 pure ones, Emperor Heaven and Earth. Who do you worship? Yi Fan was troubled. After thinking about it, it was true. The deities listed by the Third Valley Master did not necessarily exist. However, it was enough to explain one problem. The Middle Earth was too powerful. Everyone was respected. Not to mention the demon race, even Taoism itself was opposed to each other. It was because there were too many strong people and sects that there was a possibility for other sects to coexist. In the end, the cultivators of the Middle Earth relied on their own cultivation. They did not rely on faith or external forces. Instead, the supernatural powers they cultivated were even more powerful. Speaking of gathering faith and relying on the power of faith to cultivate, the Western Orthodoxy is even better than Buddhism. If you have the chance, go to the holy city of Jerusalem or the Vatican. You will understand. The power of faith there is purer and surges like the sea. It is also because of this that the West can still give birth to great mediums in this age of Dharma ending. The Third Valley Master sighed. The essence of heaven and earth had dried up. There was no spiritual chi needed for cultivation. Moreover, the population was increasing. It was especially important to use the huge amount of pure power of faith reasonably. Yi Fan found a secret place of Buddhism 10 miles away from the golden peak of Mount Amei. He could see strands of power of faith flowing into it. He spread out his divine sense to look inside. He did not see anyone in the Arhat realm. Overall, it was not as good as the myriad Demon Valley. They did not stop. They turned left and right at the edge of Mount Amay. Finally, they entered an ancient formation and came to a vast uninhabited area. This is the legendary Shu Mountain, Yi Fan exclaimed. The peaks in front of him were straight up and down. Each one was like a long sword standing proudly under the blue dome of heaven. Each mountain had a sharp spirit. This was the real Shu Mountain. The peaks were like swords. They had an earth-shattering aura, as if they were going to pierce through the clouds. Qi Songzi left his orthodoxy here so that the later generations could inherit it and create the school of sword cultivators. This was already decided when he saw these mountains and rivers. Today, the orthodoxy left behind by Qi Songzi, the school of sword cultivators, was very low-key. They usually did not come out, so there were no traces of them. It was not until today that Yi Fan felt the sharp sword aura from more than 10 peaks. The Third Valley Master said that this school was not weaker than the myriad Demon Valley. Although the inheritance was incomplete, it was still not to be underestimated. They did not want to cause any unnecessary trouble. They took a detour to avoid the school of sword cultivators. They then flew for more than 400 miles and finally got close to their destination. This was a mountain that towered into the clouds. It was so steep that even birds could not stand on it. It stood up and down like a heavenly sword stabbed into the earth. Moreover, there was a sharp killing intent that could cut through one's mind. One's body would be torn apart and bones would be broken. Cultivators below the dragon transformation realm could not get close at all. Yi Fan was terrified. There was actually such a place in the world today. It was truly frightening. The Third Valley Master's countenance was pale. He struggled to stand in front of the mountain and was attacked by the waves of sword aura. His body was on the verge of collapse, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. This is the immortal Sword Mountain Peak. At the peak, there is a heavenly lake. It was rumored that this was the place where Qi Songzi washed his swords. You must not force your way in, or there will be a great calamity. The Third Valley Master's countenance was pale as he warned seriously. He said that the old Valley Master from 500 years ago was a heavenly genius. In addition, he had once consumed a divine pill left behind by an ancient demon god. He cultivated for 800 years and stepped into the immortal foundation realm, but in the end he still died here. Yi Fan indicated that he understood. The sword aura in this place was extremely strong. Clanging sounds rang out as though there were millions of heavenly swords humming in unison, resounding through the heavens and earth. The sword aura could not injure him, but he had no choice but to be careful. If he really wanted to ascend the mountain peak, he might really encounter a great calamity. Brother Yi, you must be careful. The Third Valley Master retreated and shouted loudly. Yi Fan nodded and walked forward step by step. As he neared the mountain, not a single blade of grass grew on it. It was as smooth as a sword, and the killing intent here was so strong that it could slash at one's soul. Komatsu anxiously tugged at the corner of his robes, feeling worried for him. He insisted on traveling together with Qin Wentian. His little heart was thumping wildly, as though he was ready to throw caution to the wind and die. Don't worry, Yi Fan consoled, patting the little violet creature on its head. Zung zung. As soon as Yi Fan neared, 100,000 heavenly swords hummed in unison, slashing apart the clouds. Divine light blotted out the sun, traversing through the void. He executed the Ro character art and transformed into a beam of light, rushing through the gaps of the sword light. He rapidly rushed up to the peak, evading the sharp sword Qi one after another. This isn't a killing formation. This is the unparalleled sword intent of the past. Yi Fan was overwhelmed with shock. How powerful was Qi Songzi exactly? Countless years have passed, but the sword intent he left behind was still present. A land of sword cleansing, a land of sword comprehension. This was a divine land. If one resided here for a long time and could endure this type of sword intent, they could indirectly obtain its inheritance. This was a priceless inheritance. Qi Songzi was benevolent. Even though there was sword energy weaving about here, it was all murderous energy and not destructive. Otherwise, it would be difficult for anyone to approach this place. Yi Fan ascended the immortal sword Heavenly Lake and comprehended a type of true sword Dao intent. He quickly calmed himself down, not resisting it, but instead accommodating this type of great Tao. Up ahead, there was a lake of swords. It was clear and translucent, releasing tens of thousands of strands of sword radiance. It was as if an exceptional immortal sword was buried within. This is the immortal sword Heavenly Lake, Yi Fan said to himself. He immediately knew that Qi Songzi's true unparalleled inheritance was here. His eyes narrowed, and he immediately understood why the 10,000 Demon Valley Master said that 500 years ago. It was because he also discovered what Qi Songzi left behind. Chapter 966. On this main peak, there were a few ancient pines rooted by the lakeside. The age of the trees was unknown, and they were like a few old dragons coiling around them. Their ancient branches were upright and strong as they stretched towards the sky. Under one of the ancient trees, there was a stone table. It was very crude, simple, and natural. It was carved from a piece of rock like a crouching bull. There were 3 pieces of ancient jade on it. They were dull and had been covered in dust for thousands of years. There were bird seals carved on them. When Yi Fan saw the 3 ancient jade books, he immediately understood the intention of the old Valley Master 500 years ago. If he combined the 9 pieces of jade, he would most likely be able to find out the whereabouts of the Earth Immortal. He walked forward. The main peak was very flat. Other than a few old pines, there was no other vegetation. It was as barren as the precipice. At this time, he felt a powerful sword intent that could destroy everything. It was almost going to cut his soul, and it was pointing straight at his primordial spirit. Yi Fan could not even merge with the void, but he could still be sensed. He took out the cauldron and it floated above his head. The source energy of all things descended like a curtain of rain to protect his Tao body. From time to time, there would be sharp sword aura slashing over. Every time, it was extremely heavy. If it was not for the human race's divine body, one attack would be enough to cut the sect master into meat paste. The source energy cauldron made a sonorous sound like the mountains and rivers were rumbling. The entire mountain was shaking as if a celestial sword was awakening. Yi Fan put the komatsu into the cauldron. He was afraid that something might happen, so he did not care about it. Qi Songzi's supreme sword intent was terrifying. Even though it had turned into murderous intent, it was still not something normal people could approach. If the murderous intent is still here, even the ancient sages would not be able to take more than a few steps. He couldn't help but be shocked. The first ancient cultivator mentioned in the celestial biography was indeed powerful and unfathomable. He had world-defying methods. No wonder he lived his entire life to become an immortal. When he was 9 steps away from the stone table, Yi Fan stopped. He could not take another step forward. It was as if there was a celestial sword pointing at him. Even with the cauldron protecting him, his body was still going to break. This was a type of boundless sword intent, incomparable. No one in the present world able to stop it. Strand after strand of sword scars appeared in the void, enough to crush Tao-severing kings. Yi Fan circulated the army formula, wanting to retrieve the 3 ancient jade books through the air. However, right at this moment, an eternal light shot out, dazzling and resplendent. At this moment, nothing else existed. There was only this sword light. The sun, moon, and stars in the sky all seemed insignificant, dim and without luster. A majestic sound that was even more terrifying than the rolling thunder resounded. It was unavoidable. The myriad qi cauldron shook violently. Yi Fan spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Clang, clang. At the same time, this immortal sword mountain peak also trembled. 100,000 heavenly swords cried out in unison, releasing dazzling radiance that could cut down gods and devils, intimidating one's soul. Yi Fan was sent flying for several kilometers. He wiped the golden blood from the corner of his mouth, and was greatly shaken. This was the first time he had been injured since returning to Earth. Just now, this kind of sword light could kill a king of the 3 immortals. It was terrifying to the extreme. Even with the myriad qi cauldron's protection, it was still injured. That kind of power was too great. The sword qi couldn't enter his body, and the force directly injured him. Too powerful. Qi Songzi is worthy of being one of the most powerful people of the ancient times. At this moment, he could already confirm that if the murderous aura was still there, and hadn't been erased by Qi Songzi himself, even a saint would be killed. The third Valley Master flew over with a snow-white face. He asked if Yi Fan was unwell. He was horrified because he couldn't even bear watching from afar, let alone personally experiencing it. Yi Fan shook his head. As soon as he used the swordsman's secret art, the golden blood in his body surged and released a thunderous rumble. His body recovered in an instant. He once again pressed forward and ascended the main peak amidst the tens of thousands of sword lights. He walked towards the stone table, wanting to retrieve the 3 ancient jade books. However, this time, it was even worse. When he was still several dozen steps away, and just as he used the army formula, a sword light hacked over. It was as if heavenly thunder could destroy the world, ferocious and tyrannical to the extreme. Yi Fan was once again sent flying. This time he retreated 8 to 9 li. His heart was greatly shaken. This wasn't a solution because he couldn't get close. Qi Songzi was already dead, yet the supreme sword intent he left behind was still like this. One could well imagine his unrivaled style. If he was still alive, it wouldn't be a problem for him to flatten a powerful ancient star with a single sword strike. Yi Fan ascended again. This time he didn't move recklessly and stopped after a long distance. He let out Komatsu and had him comprehend the Tao together with him. He didn't plan to force his way through. He first comprehended Qi Songzi's sword Tao. Otherwise, no one in the present world would be able to approach the stone table and the clear sword lake. He stood there for a full half a month. He did not move at all. Even the lively and energetic Xiaosong was solemn. He held his stone Buddha bell and seriously comprehended it. Yi Fan couldn't help but be shocked. This kind of sword intent was broad and profound. It was boundless and immeasurable. It contained the true meaning of a single artifact breaking all techniques. That's right, I'll cultivate here bitterly. His expression was solemn as he sat down cross-legged and earnestly comprehended. He pondered and tried to figure out Qi Songzi's supreme Tao inheritance and put it into the cauldron. Sword cultivators focused on offense. Once the sword was unleashed, 10,000 li of mountains and rivers would be destroyed. Nothing could stop it. At a certain realm, the sword was no longer a material object. A blade of grass, a tree, or even a speck of dust could become a heavenly sword that could easily split mountains and seas. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Qi Songzi's sword intent was indeed unrivaled. A speck of dust could fill the vast sea, and a blade of grass could cut down the sun, moon, and stars. At this realm, what is there to be afraid of? It won't be a problem for me to move unhindered through the ancient universe and destroy many star regions. He was in a daze. Even such a powerful character was trapped by life and death in the end, and couldn't become an immortal. His lifespan dried up and he passed away in meditation. Yi Fan seriously pondered over the sword intent. He found that the ancient supreme characters shared many of their viewpoints. Qi Songzi had evolved the one artifact breaking all techniques to the extreme. Everything could be a weapon. When gathered together, there would only be one weapon. 10 swords, 100 swords, 1,000 swords, 10,000 swords. In the end, there would only be one. A speck of dust to fill the sea. A blade of grass to cut down the sun, moon, and stars. A single person would fight in all directions. He cultivated the sword for his entire life and pacified the chaotic universe. This was Qi Songzi's Tao. The sword was only its form. Later generations obtained his sword cultivation inheritance, but it was unknown how many people obtained its spirit. Yi Fan sat silently and earnestly pondered over it. He used his heart to comprehend it, and not just learn its form and memorize its sword forms. At his level, he couldn't change to controlling the sword. However, all techniques were interlinked. He obtained its spirit, and could transform it into his own Tao. One artifact breaking all techniques. Yi Fan only needed to remember this phrase. This was something he already knew in the past. One cauldron was enough. Its form was closer to the Tao and it was more natural. The cauldron could also be used as a sword to control. It could fill the sea, cut down the sun, moon, and stars, and suppress the heavens. At this moment, an inch-tall little cauldron floated up and down in front of Yi Fan's forehead, merging with his mind. He combined the Tao scriptures, one artifact breaking all techniques, with Qi Songzi's Tao and comprehended it, obtaining a sublimation. If he faced an enemy, once the cauldron appeared, it could break through all things. If he could cut down the Tao, not to mention his realm, just his combat strength would definitely increase by a large amount. The inch-tall little cauldron interweaved with patterns. It was born to be the carrier of the Tao, but now, it only carried himself. Endless light bloomed in front of his forehead before quickly being restrained, returning to its ordinary state. Another half a month passed. Only then did Yi Fan open his eyes and stand up. He didn't imitate Qi Songzi's Tao of the sword, but his gains were abundant. He glanced at Komatsu and discovered that the little purple thing seemed to have gained something as well. It had a serious expression, its 5 hearts facing the heavens, and it was still daydreaming. He couldn't help but stretch out his divine sense to see what kind of Tao it was comprehending. As a result, he was immediately shocked. It was evolving the universe in its heart. Yi Fan was astonished. He didn't think that this little guy would be so bold as to split open the heavens and earth in its heart and evolve a world. However, when he looked closely, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The little purple thing was comparing the stars to pine nuts, and it was imagining how many it could destroy. He put the little guy inside the cauldron and didn't wake it up. In any case, it was fine as long as it had its own thoughts. He couldn't restrict its thoughts, and who knows, it might really be able to walk down its own Tao in the future. Qi Songzi didn't lay down a killing formation here. It was only because he practiced the sword here all year round that he left behind traces of the Tao on the main peak. Countless years later, it could still emit sword radiance. Yi Fan comprehended his Tao here for a long time, and they no longer contradicted each other. He finally walked over to the stone table and easily picked up the 3 ancient jade books. Then, he arrived at the edge of the sword lake and gazed at the clear and translucent lake water. It was faintly discernible as tens of thousands of sword radiance converged within the water. This was Qi Songzi's sword purification pond, and it contained inextinguishable sword radiance. He lived here for most of his life, so this sword pond had long developed intelligence and could condense supreme sword intent. Yi Fan didn't enter the water and only circled around it. He saw lightning surging and faintly discernible within the water. He knew that once he came into contact with it, it would most likely split apart the heaven and earth. He carefully searched this place once. Qi Songzi's life was very simple, and he only wanted to become an immortal. He didn't care about anything else, and he didn't leave behind anything special. In the end, after Yi Fan comprehended the sword intent, he left this place and flew out of the celestial sword heavenly lake. He appeared in midair, and the Third Valley Master immediately welcomed him excitedly. "I found it. Go to the Myriad Demon Valley and combine them with the 6 jade books, and we'll understand what's going on," said Yi Fan. After returning to the Myriad Demon Valley, the Third Valley Master solemnly took out the 6 ancient jade pieces and placed them on the stone table together with the other 3. Back then, Qi Songzi only obtained 3 pieces, and the Myriad Demon Valley's ancient demon god ancestor obtained 2. The remaining 4 pieces were collected by later generations after thousands of years. These 9 pieces of ancient jade have different colors, but why do they seem to be one after being put together? Even the oracle bone inscriptions can be linked together, said the Third Valley Master excitedly. They were originally 9 jade books carved at the same time, but later on, they were separated, so they can be put together and the contents are connected. Yi Fan was also amazed because after the jade pieces were connected, a dragon-shaped terrain actually appeared. The ancient jade pieces combined to form a group of dragons. The oracle bone inscriptions were the records, and the words were concise, proving the existence of earth immortals. They were born and wouldn't fall to the ground, and when they died, they wouldn't enter the earth. After the 9 ancient jade pieces were put together, 99 true dragons appeared. Upon closer inspection, they looked like 99 dragon mountains. They coiled around each other in a majestic and terrifying manner. This was a terrain rarely seen throughout the ages, and even Yi Fan was shaken. What kind of place is this? Forget about everything else. Just this kind of terrain is amazing. Yi Fan studied the heavenly book, so he naturally knew how rare this kind of terrain was. I've never seen it before. I've traveled all over the world, and no matter if it's inside or outside the sea, I've never seen this kind of terrain. The Third Valley Master shook his head. At this time, Even the great Valley Master was startled. The gathering of the 9 ancient jade pieces was no small matter. He had already come out of seclusion to take a look. He had already lived for 600 years for the old crane. His complexion was very good. He had white hair and a youthful complexion. When he saw the topographic map of the gathering dragons, his mind was shaken. He said that he had heard of the ancient legends and knew what kind of place it was. Chapter 967. The old crane came out of seclusion with a ruddy face and snow-white hair. It was in high spirits and its eyes were filled with shock as it stared at the 99 Dragon Mountains. Yi Fan was shocked. Was he really going to find an earth immortal? Was this the place that Qi Songzi had been searching for his entire life? Was there a secret and opportunity to become an immortal? The old crane said that although the ancient landscape had changed a lot, it was still similar to some places in the present world, and could be found in reality. He had heard of some ancient secrets that the 99 Dragon Mountains definitely existed. This map could not be fake, but it had to be measured against the mountains in reality. Look, doesn't one of them look similar to the Yellow River? The terrain is like a dragon that surges into the sea. It's vigorous and majestic. Yi Fan and the Third Valley Master were stunned. How did the ancient Dragon Mountains relate to the Yellow River? This was a little too far away. The old crane carved the ancient Yellow River on the ground. It was very different from the current one because it had changed its path countless times over the past thousands of years. Legend has it that in ancient times, there was no Yellow River on the ground. A powerful person extracted a dragon's vein from the ground and moved the Dragon Mountains away. He opened up the Yellow River ancient path so that the raging water flowed east into the sea. Yi Fan was stunned. The Yellow River ancient path was opened up by someone, and there was a dragon's vein there. Someone extracted it? This was shocking. He bent down and compared the Yellow River ancient path with the 99 dragons' veins. It really did look similar. Everyone was shocked and even felt that it was somewhat absurd. This is just one dragon mountain. The map shows that there are 99 ancient dragon mountains gathered together. It's vast and majestic, but it's still far from enough. This was what Yi Fan said, but he still did not believe it. There were so many dragon mountains gathered together, and they were all real dragons. Even the Big Dipper galaxy did not have them. Moreover, he had heard from the Lingbao cult master and the Third Valley Master that in ancient times, the earth was vast and far larger than it was now. For some reason, it was getting smaller and smaller. If this was true, just the Dragon Mountain that the Yellow River ancient path was on was tens of thousands of miles long. If it was as they said, it could easily be hundreds of thousands of miles long. Not only has Earth changed, but even the entire solar system has shrunk. It wasn't like this in the past, said Old Crane. Yi Fan pondered. 99 dragon mountains coexisted and coiled around each other. It really was a bit unrealistic. Just how astonishing would that be? Forget about everything else. Just this kind of terrain itself could produce inconceivable things. Moreover, it was definitely an unparalleled existence since ancient times. Even the ancient emperors had to find a worthy opponent, and most of them were no match for it. That's right. Could it be that the combination of these 99 dragon mountains is so heaven-defying that an earth immortal was born? Yi Fan was only a step away from becoming the Yuan Taoist master. Whether it was strength or experience, he was unparalleled in the world. No one in the world could compare to him. But the more he understood, the more shocked he was. The old crane insisted that the Yellow River ancient path should be one of the Dragon Mountains. Because the shape was very similar, it should be one of the Dragon Mountains on the map. This is going to be interesting. If the ancient 99 Dragon Mountains really existed, anything can be believed. Yi Fan muttered to himself. They decided to immediately head for the Yellow River ancient path. They would go upstream from the lower reaches and search for the other 98 true Dragon Mountains. You're saying that it's hidden in the vast ancient formation and not in the mortal world, but can be found with the current mountains and rivers? Asked Yi Fan. The old crane nodded with a solemn expression. It hadn't come out of seclusion for hundreds of years just to cultivate. Now it had personally come to the Yellow River ancient path. They wanted to find an unknown region and the sealed ancient mountain range. Along the way, they visited mountains and rivers and found many historical sites. They dug out many broken tablets from the mud of the Yellow River in hopes of finding something. However, there was no major discovery. There was nothing on both sides of the Yellow River. There was no sealed ancient dragon mountain at all. Land, come out! When they came to a place where the Yellow River surged, Sun Wukong chanted an incantation and captured an old man. Yi Fan's eyes stared blankly. He was shocked and had a feeling that he had come to the age of legends. The old crane explained that the Yellow River ancient path was where the ancient dragon mountains were. There were endless remnants of draconic energy. Some humans and demons with cultivation would naturally attach themselves to this place. The land that the Third Valley Master had captured was actually a pangolin with a bit of cultivation. It transformed into land and cultivated here. The monkey interrogated it in detail. This landlord was so weak that he explained everything in detail. Since his ancestors were here, he had indeed heard of the 99 Dragon Mountains, but he had never seen them. After that, they went all the way up. They passed through Ningxia and Gansu, following the Yellow River ancient path. There were many places where the Yellow River hadn't flowed for thousands of years, and had long changed its course. Along the way, they captured mountain deities and lands in the uninhabited area several times. They searched for the most majestic ancient dragon mountains, but they didn't find much. Yi Fan couldn't help but shake his head. This kind of terrain really didn't exist. Otherwise, it would really be nature-defying. He couldn't even imagine what would be born. However, just as he was wavering, the old crane found traces of demons. A section of the Yellow River coincided with the ancient path. He said that there was a great demon inside, and that they might be able to find something. The monkey entered the water and was beaten up by someone. Demonic energy surged, and the Third Valley Master almost suffered a great loss. The old crane attacked. Now he was a cultivator at the great completion of the dragon transformation realm. His cultivation was profound, and he was one of the best among the cult masters at that time. If the great mediums didn't appear, no one could compete with him. Boom! Waves rushed into the sky and an ancient dragon soared up. Its strength was actually comparable to his. It scolded angrily, questioning why his underwater residence was disturbed and his cultivation was disturbed. This was an old dragon of the Yellow River. It had cultivated for more than 700 years. Since ancient times, its ancestors had always lived here and cultivated in the underwater residence. The Great Valley Master's explanation finally calmed the old dragon's anger. The waves of the Yellow River calmed down, and he invited them to sit in the underwater residence. This was a water palace without any fancy decorations. It was simple and plain. Everything was made of stone, and blocked the water from entering. It was built on a piece of silt. Strands of dragon energy gathered underground. The old dragon's bloodline used this to cultivate and rarely appeared in the world. It wasn't like what people thought. Demons didn't need to stir up trouble. He invited the three to sit down and talked about some ancient past events. Although he didn't know much, it was all passed down by his ancestors. Finally, the three of them found an important clue. The old dragon said that as early as ancient times, there was indeed a saying of 99 dragon mountains. Moreover, there used to be an ancient path that intersected with the Yellow River. It was vast and boundless, but it was later moved away by someone with unparalleled power. The few of them were dumbfounded. There really was such a saying. The old dragon confirmed that there was one that still existed today and said its name. The Taihang Mountains. Isn't this a little ridiculous? Even the monkey was a little dumbfounded. The old dragon heard this and revealed a thoughtful expression. Then it said that the Taihang Mountains were indeed a dragon mountain. Under the dragon energy, it gave birth to the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties in the north. I once heard that the Taihang dragon vein was 10,000 times bigger than this in ancient times. Can you imagine how long it is? The monkey said. Even the ancient path of the Yellow River was formed by moving a dragon mountain. What's so shocking about the Taihang Mountains being moved? The old dragon said calmly. Yi Fan rubbed his chin. This was too shocking. If the Taihang dragon vein was one of the 99 dragon mountains, then how magnificent would the real scene of dragons dancing in the air be? The old dragon only knew of one of the ancient dragon mountains and didn't know the others. According to him, it involved an ancient taboo issue and couldn't be looked into. Otherwise, there would be a great disaster. This was something passed down by his ancestors. Before leaving, he repeatedly warned the three to stop before going too far, and not to look into anything. They didn't even dare to touch the ancient sages, otherwise, there would be an unexpected disaster. This was something that was passed down by his ancestors. Before leaving, he repeatedly warned the three to stop before going too far, and not to look into anything. They didn't even dare to touch the ancient sages, otherwise, there would be an unexpected disaster. Was this what Qisongzi was looking for? Yi Fan and the others followed the ancient path, and entered the Sichuan region from Gansu. They were about to enter Qinghai, and reach the source of the Yellow River. However, in the Sichuan region, they found a breakthrough clue. They met an old turtle on the ancient path of the Yellow River. Although its cultivation wasn't very scary, and it had just evolved into the dragon realm, its lifespan was very long. It had lived for more than 900 years. The advantage of its race was obvious. They talked for a while, and learned another shocking thing from the old turtle. Their race also used the dragon energy of the ancient path of the Yellow River to cultivate, so they also knew some ancient anecdotes. This time, it actually involved the Chilean mountain range. It was moved from this place. That was a great dragon from the archaic era. Yi Fan and the others compared it seriously and couldn't help but be silent. It really was similar to one of the 99 ancient dragon mountains. This was a bit scary. In ancient times, the dragon vein of Chilean mountains was millions of miles long. This is really shocking. The old turtle told them a secret that shocked them. It said that the 99 dragon mountains were a taboo topic in ancient times. They couldn't talk about it, and no one dared to look into it. Yi Fan and the others said goodbye to the old turtle, and entered Qinghai. In the end, they arrived at the source of the Yellow River, and stood at the foot of a snowy mountain. They were lost in thought, and found nothing else. Why do I feel like we accidentally touched something we shouldn't be looking into? The old crane muttered to itself. Yi Fan already had a premonition that they had touched upon a forbidden secret. If the dragon vein of Taihang Mountains and Chilean Mountains were millions of miles long, then it would be heaven-defying if the 99 dragon mountains were intertwined together. It was a bit conservative to say that an immortal was born. Let's compare it seriously and take a closer look. They combined the 9 pieces of ancient jade together, and then carved all the famous dragon mountains in the world. They compared them one by one, and the more they looked, the more shocked they became. This is the dragon vein of Hengduan Mountain. This is the dragon vein of Tianshan Mountain. They felt a chill run down their spines. The terrain of the famous dragon veins in the world could be found among the 99 ancient dragon mountains. They could compare them one by one. On the ancient jade, the largest of the 99 dragon mountains was located in the center. It took up nearly a quarter of the area and was the most vast. Yi Fan and the others compared it seriously and found that the end of the mountain was the same as the current Kunlun mountain range. They almost overlapped. Most of Kunlun's area is hidden in the ancient formation. Moreover, the mountains and divine mountains in the world have shrunk by many times, the old crane said. They were shocked. What happened in ancient times? The 99 dragon mountains were originally intertwined with each other. The terrain was complicated. Who separated them? What kind of extravagance was this? It could be said to shock the past, present, and future. This was a heaven-defying method. The more they thought about it, the more terrified they felt. The mountains and rivers in the world were almost arranged. The paths of the dragon veins were not like this. This is too terrifying. This is a heaven-defying method that will shock the past, present, and future. We really accidentally touched upon a taboo. Chapter 968. There were countless famous mountains and rivers in the Middle Earth. The 9 Bends Yellow River, the towering Kunlun, and the majestic Taihang Mountains were majestic and boundless. It made one exclaim in admiration at the power of nature. It was like the work of the gods. However, Yi Fan and the others felt a chill down their spines. All of this could have been arranged by the ancients. How great was this? It was unfathomable. They had found a taboo. There was an inhuman involved. It was shocking. Every ancient dragon mountain was like a chess piece on a chessboard. Yi Fan was shocked. He could find such a dragon mountain in the Big Dipper Star region, but there weren't many. It was even more impossible to see more than 10 of them together, let alone 99. It was the limit. It's rare to see such a scene in all the ancient stars. 99 dragon mountains intertwined. It's like a fantasy story. This was a myth that had already been destroyed. It was covered up by someone and not pursued. No one knew why. The old crane and the third valley master pondered the words of the yellow river Jiao and the black tortoise. They felt a chill run down their spine. The things involved were not something they could pry into. If this was true, then even if their primogenitor came, he might be crushed to death with a single finger. It was because this was just too horrifying. Don't talk about it, don't investigate it. Otherwise, there will be a calamity. Even the ancient sages didn't dare to touch it. These words were passed down by the ancestors of the yellow river Jiao and the black tortoise. They contained a great warning that made one shudder. I wonder if it's still a taboo after so many years. The essence of heaven and earth has dried up. After such a long time, the existence involved might have died or left. The third valley master comforted himself. Yi Fan took out the bone from Qi Songzi's cremation cave and carved the maps of Mount Lu's underground palace and the primordial dragon cave. He studied them carefully. No, there aren't 99 ancient dragon mountains on the map of the opportunity to become immortal. There's no definite connection. He was stunned. What was going on? Was the general direction wrong? Had he accidentally entered the forbidden area? He combined the 9 ancient jade pieces and studied them repeatedly. There was no mistake. There didn't seem to be much connection with the map of the opportunity to become immortal. What was going on? Yi Fan was confused. Did Qi Songzi's investigation in Sichuan have nothing to do with this? Could it be another secret? Did you notice what Old Flood Dragon and Black Tortoise said? Long before ancient times, the 99 dragon mountains had already been separated. It's impossible for future generations to verify it, said Old Crane. The 9 pieces of ancient jade came from the ancient times. They should have been carved into the heavenly book after the dragon mountain was divided. This meant that everything had happened and could not be changed. Then what was the point of carving these bird seal script jade pieces? Perhaps we've gotten the general direction wrong, and we've stepped into the forbidden area ourselves. Do these 9 pieces of jade point to something else? Asked the third valley master. Which sect is the most ancient in the world? Let's see if we can find the 99 dragon mountains and the ancient forbidden secrets. Yi Fan said. Since he had already found some clues, it was impossible for him to give up just like that. Now that they were in the age of Dharma ending, all the great mediums had left the earth. This might be the best opportunity. No one in the world could stop him. The oldest ancient sect is probably millions of years ago, said the Grand Valley Master. Yi Fan was stunned. At that time, there were still ape men, right? Someone had already started a sect. Isn't this a little too absurd? There really were ruins of primitive ancient sections. The era of eating raw meat and drinking blood was very different from now. There were also mysterious inheritances, but it's all in the past, said Old Crane. Actually, if you want to investigate, you can go straight to Mount Shu Sword Cultivator sect. After all, it's the orthodoxy left by Qi Songzi. Maybe there's some big secret that the world doesn't know about, said the third valley master. Yes, we should go to the Celestial Sword sect. We have to figure it out. Yi Fan nodded. The so-called Mount Shu was the general name for the mountains around Amei. They returned to Sichuan, went around the formation, and entered the primitive area that the mortal world would never know. Mount Shu, the Celestial Sword sect, was powerful and above many ancient sections. It could be compared with the demon race's holy land, Myriad Demon Valley. Its orthodoxy was world-shaking, and no one dared to provoke it. In the past, Old Crane mistakenly entered Mount Shu and obtained a great opportunity in the belly of a mountain. It inherited a part of the sword cultivation orthodoxy, and because of that, its strength increased by leaps and bounds. Qi Songzi's orthodoxy is now incomplete. The Celestial Sword sect is far from being as strong as it was in ancient times, explained the Grand Valley Master. In truth, the sects were similar, and many ancient books and records were lost. This time, Old Crane truly understood how terrifying Yi Fan was. Yi Fan asked the two of them to wait here, and transformed into a wisp of smoke, disappearing into a few sword peaks, forcefully barging into Mount Shu sword sect. How deep is his cultivation? At the very least, he must be an immortal foundation cultivator. One must know that there are countless sword formations laid here. The Grand Valley Master exclaimed. The third Valley Master was a little better, because he had personally seen Yi Fan entering the celestial sword Heavenly Lake, and the terrifying scene of thousands of sword lights alone. He had some immunity to it. Yi Fan entered the ancestral hall, and saw a stone statue that exuded an immortal aura. He solemnly bowed. He had observed Qi Songzi's Tao and comprehended a kind of true essence. His harvest was huge, and his heart was filled with respect. He searched for secret manuals and ancient Tao books. He paid special attention to all kinds of handwritten notes, and studied them carefully, wanting to find clues. One couldn't help but say that the Celestial Sword sect was very strong. The arts recorded in the handwritten notes were indeed the true Tao of Qi Songzi. Although a portion was missing, it was enough to allow them to stand above the mortal world. Yi Fan used his powerful divine sense to search for half a day, and subdued one of the supreme protectors of the sect. He observed his sea of consciousness, and only then did he find some clues. He used a powerful method to erase the traces he left behind. Then he silently opened up a secret door, entering a stone room that was covered in dust. There were no ancient methods, no spirit pills or holy medicines, only some messy items. This was a secret chamber that Qi Songzi used for seclusion in the past. It was treated as a forbidden ground by them, and was sealed up and guarded for generations. Only the sect leaders of each generation could enter. This place had become the most secret place of the Celestial Sword sect. There were many handwritten notes, and most of them were written by the great divinities of the past generations. They talked about many secrets. The handwritten notes spanned a long time, from the ancient times until now. They were left behind by the sect leaders of different periods. He studied them carefully, and finally found some things he wanted to know. The opportunity that Qi Songzi was looking for to become an immortal was related to the 99 Dragon Mountains in the ancient times. However, he didn't come to Sichuan to look for the 99 Dragon Mountains, because he had been separated from them long before his time. He was looking for an earth immortal who knew the secrets of the 99 Dragon Mountains, and he wanted to find a breakthrough from him. Yi Fan read carefully and he was shocked. He finally found out some of the truth. The 99 Dragon Mountains gave birth to the hope of becoming an immortal. Qi Songzi was looking for it, the ancient Saint Emperor was looking for it, and the ancestor of the myriad Demon Valley was also looking for it. However, the ordinary ancient sages were afraid of it, as if it was a snake or scorpion. One of them, who was suspected to be an earth immortal, had an extraordinary harvest. It was said that he was hiding in Sichuan, so Qi Songzi came here to find the secret of becoming an immortal. The 99 Dragon Mountains gave birth to the hope of becoming an immortal. The earth immortal had some contact with it, and then he went into hiding in Sichuan, and no one knew where he ended up. Yi Fan read every handwritten note. Many of them were based on rumors about Qi Songzi's words and deeds. Through the bits and pieces of his life, he could restore some shocking truths. The Earth Immortal had set up 99 little dragons for him, imitating the 99 Dragon Mountains, and all the secrets he knew were buried in them. I see. The Dragon Mountains carved on the 9 ancient jade pieces are not the original 99 Dragon Mountains, but his own burial place. Yi Fan left the Celestial Sword sect and told the Old Crane and the Third Valley Master everything he knew. After all, the myriad Demon Valley had been looking for it for so many years, and they must have some intuition. We must find out, the Grand Valley Master said. The ancestors of the myriad Demon Valley had worked so hard and spent so much energy to get this result. How could they stop? Although going deeper might involve the forbidden area, they felt that it was necessary to find the Earth Immortal first, and then make the final decision. The Earth Immortal is dead. He probably didn't get anything that could help him become an immortal, or he wouldn't have died. Calling him an Earth Immortal is probably an exaggeration, Yi Fan said to himself. He would not fall to the ground when he was born, and he would not be buried when he died. As an immortal fetus, he would not be stained by dust for life. This was the description of the Earth Immortal after the collection of the 9 ancient jade pieces. After thinking about it for a while, They understood that the way the earth immortal was buried should be in a hanging coffin, not falling to the ground and not being buried. No wonder Qi opened the hanging coffin and looked for the ancient tomb. He already knew that the earth immortal went into hiding in Sichuan, and he also knew how he was buried, the old crane said. They went around in a circle and felt that the 99 Dragon Mountains could not be touched at all, and they had long been separated. The only thing they could do was find the coffin of the earth immortal. Now the only advantage was that there were no saints on earth. They were already the strongest group of people, so they didn't have to worry about being stopped. In the following period of time, they spent a lot of time observing the mountains and rivers in Sichuan, seriously looking for the Little Dragon Mountains, wanting to find the earth immortal's burial ground, but to no avail. Is it possible that it is not in Sichuan at all? Otherwise, with Qi supreme means, why didn't he find it? Yi Fan was doubtful. Once a mountain with great momentum becomes a climate, it will give birth to a divine beauty. After thousands of years, it can affect the pattern of the nearby mountains. We may be able to use this to start, the old crane said. Since the earth immortal imitated the 99 ancient dragon mountains and set up the Little Dragon Mountains, even if it was hidden in the ancient formation, it must have affected the nearby mountains after so many years since ancient times. The myriad demon valley used all means, sent a large number of people, and used all the power of the valley to investigate, and finally made a breakthrough. On the same day, they set out and did not stop along the way. They went straight to their destination, and then watched from afar. The mountain was shaped like a coiled dragon, soaring into the sky, and also like a crouching tiger. It was majestic, and the dragon and tiger fought for supremacy, not giving way. There was water circling around the mountain peaks, a total of 99 peaks and 24 cliffs. Although it did not look like a dragon, it had that kind of momentum, using the softness of water to make up for the hardness of the dragon. There is an ancient formation locking the secret area, and it has affected the pattern of the mountains and rivers outside. The earth immortal's burial ground should be here. This is the ancestral land of Taoism. We can't touch it. If they find out, at least half of the Taoists in the world will fight to the death with us. It must be here. Yi Fan used the original wonderful technique to sense a kind of qi activity. The uninhabited area sealed by the ancient formation must be the place they were looking for. Chapter 969. Mount Longhu was surrounded by a coiled dragon and a tiger. It was majestic and precipitous, with many peaks. Dragons leaped and tigers pounced, shaking off the dust and rising purple clouds. After thousands of years of accumulation and several ups and downs, Mount Longhu was recognized as the #1 mountain of Taoism. It was the birthplace and had a prominent position as the ancestral court. At this moment, Yi Fan was standing there, looking at the old crane and Third Valley Master. Mount Longhu was very mysterious. As the ancestral land of Taoism, it was not easy to provoke them. No wonder Taoism chose this place. The sages of the demon race have always been puzzled. Now we finally understand. There is an earth immortal here, said Third Valley Master. The old crane sighed. That's right. In ancient times, there was a great formation protecting this place. The earth immortal burial ground was just formed and could not affect the surrounding terrain. Now that the divine formation has been completed, we can finally see a corner of it. There is indeed an expert in Taoism to have chosen this place so early. When talking about Taoism, it was necessary to mention the pre-Qin Old Zhuang. Its origin was even further back. Strictly speaking, it could be traced back to ancient times. Taoism had existed since ancient times. Old Huang elaborated on it. There were many books and they were broad and profound. Later generations respected Yellow Emperor and Laozi as the founders. Taoism had existed long ago, but as a true organization, it appeared later. The rise of the Celestial Master sect and Mount Longhu becoming the ancestral court were symbolic events. Later, after thousands of years of prosperity and decline, Taoism gave birth to hundreds of sections. They depended on each other, and even opposed each other. They had never been unified. Since ancient times, there had been many ups and downs. Although there were many branches of Taoism, they could be roughly divided into two major sections. One was the Chuanjin sect, which focused on cultivating inner cores, which rose in the north. The other was the Jingyi sect, which focused on talismans. Their ancestral court was Mount Longhu, which occupied half of the world's Taoism. At the same time, it was also the beginning of Taoism's organization. Yi Fan and the others naturally had to be careful here. This was the ancestral court of Taoism. If they were not careful, they could become enemies with the entire Taoism. This was because the Zhengyi sect had a great influence in Taoism. It was the result of the integration of the Celestial Master sect, Lingbao sect and Shangqing sect. In ancient times, the Celestial Master sect revered Laozi, Lingbao sect revered Lingbao celestial being and Shangqing sect revered primitive celestial being. Yi Fan and the others entered the mountain and looked around. This ancestral land of Taoism had 99 mountains and 24 rocks. Although the 99 mountains did not have the shape of a dragon, they had the aura of a dragon and a tiger. The worldly essence has dried up, but this place still has violet energy. It is indeed worthy of being the primal Tao ground. The Grand Valley Master sighed. The dragon mountain Longhu, Tao, and said, in mountain loningly dragon Taoism. And it. 1. And of temple and only one. And one and the 1. And had. 1. And one. And of. And one in temple. However, Yi Fan and the others did not dare to underestimate it. The outer mountain of Jingyi school had turned into smoke, but the cultivators were still there. They had entered the ancient inner mountain and separated themselves from the mortal world. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin and the ancestral altar of Mount Tai appeared. Back then, it led to a fierce battle between the great mediums. If not for the old Taoist of Dragon Tiger Mountain, the consequences would have been unimaginable. From that battle, one could see the power of the ancestral court of Jingyi school. It was still overseen by an expert, and was better than the other sections. This should be the place. Look, there are hanging coffins between the stone cliffs of the outer mountain. They are all ancient objects from 2,000 years ago. Not to mention the inner mountain, said Third Valley Master. The cliff tombs of Dragon Tiger Mountain were mostly coffins from the Spring and Autumn and Warring States period. They were unique in China. Taoism used this as its root. It was said that it was related to the divine hanging coffins. The old crane said, now that I think about it, Taoism is really cunning. They already knew that the earth immortals' hanging coffins were here. They arrived first and occupied this place. Even if we go in now, we may not be able to find the earth immortal. For thousands of years, as the ancestral land of Taoism, it was impossible for the people of the mortal world to know about the inner mountain. The demon race and the Western Orthodoxy had never attacked. Even if there was a shocking secret here, outsiders could not know about it. It was suppressed and guarded by the great mediums of the ancient times. It was extremely mysterious. Yi Fan returned from the outer star region. It could be said that he had encountered a rare opportunity. In the age of Dharma ending, he should be able to go in and out with his cultivation. The Zhengyi school would not be able to stop him. The 3 of them turned left and right, and almost touched the forbidden formation several times. Finally, they arrived at the Taoist Holy Land and saw Dragon Tiger Mountain. It is even more dragon-shaped than the 99 peaks outside. This place is amazing, Grand Valley Master exclaimed. The mountain was majestic as if it was about to leap up and rush into the sky. Dragons and tigers coiled and intertwined with each other. In this age of Dharma ending, there was a faintly discernible purple gas rising. It was rare in the world. This place was definitely a first-class holy land in ancient times. It was no wonder that it became the original land of Taoism. It was magnificent and beautiful. The majestic mountain peaks were surrounded by purple gas. There were waterfalls and flowing springs, red-crowned cranes flying, Taoist children picking herbs, and old Taoist priests breathing on the cliff. It was very artistic. The temple was neat and tidy, with beautiful buildings reflecting the mountains and rivers. Lofty platforms and pavilions lingered in the mountains and forests. The ancient scenery finally reappeared. There was a great momentum of dragons and tigers leaping and moving, wanting to rush into the sky. However, they did not see the 99 ancient small dragon mountains. It was empty. They were very cautious. Yi Fan led the way, avoiding the Taoist temples and purple gas peaks. They went far into the forest and did not get close to the important place of the Zhengyi school. It's not simple. There are actually people of the cult master level in this place. They are most likely very ancient people. Yi Fan wanted to climb the mountain and visit the Taoist temple. However, the old crane and Third Valley master hurriedly pulled him back and told him not to appear. This place could not be carelessly entered. If he was discovered, he might be punished greatly. No, how can there be no? They searched for hundreds of miles but did not see the 99 ancient small dragon mountains. They did not know where the earth immortals were buried. The auspicious light gathered on the ancient Taoist temples on Mount Longhu. The purple gas was dense and rose, touching people's hearts. Other than that, there was nothing unusual in the vast uninhabited area. The old crane and Third Valley master were anxious. They could not stay in this place for long. They knew how terrifying and powerful the Zhengyi school was. If they were discovered by the hidden great mediums, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Yi Fan calmed his mind and opened his source of heaven's eye. His body blended into the wonderful scenery of Mount Longhu, as if he was about to disappear. Endless earth chi surged into his body. He saw some clues. What a shocking method. It almost deceived my source of heaven's eye. His expression was solemn. In this world, no one except him could discover that there was a mountain beyond the mountain, and another world beyond the heaven and earth. There was an ancient formation outside the ancestral court of Mount Longhu, which was the burial place of the earth immortals. It was also the fundamental reason why Taoism chose this place. The journey was very difficult. It was not a killing formation, but a plot that made reasonable use of the mountains and rivers to prevent people from approaching. If it was not for the fact that Yi Fan was a member of the Yuan Taoist Masters faction, he would never have been able to enter. Even so, it took him a lot of time and 3 days to bring the two of them in. The ancient sages are unfathomable. Their methods are unparalleled. At that level, the terrain set up by them is comparable to the Yuan Taoist master. As soon as they entered this secret land, Yi Fan and the other two immediately felt a vast and desolate aura, like a group of dragons soaring. On the horizon, the mountains were lush and verdant. Dragon chi lingered and many dragon mountains danced as if they were going to break through the sky. Found it. This is the place where the earth immortals are buried. They were very excited. As an earth immortal, he must have heaven-defying methods. This person obtained the great secret of the 99 ancient dragon mountains and touched upon the forbidden area. He must have left behind a shocking secret. The Taoists must have been here before. I don't know what else is left, the old crane said. The sage of Taoism must have seen something when he chose Mount Longhu as the location. He regarded this place as the ancestral court and guarded it for so many years. No one would believe that he did not obtain the secret of the earth immortals. The mountains danced and the terrain was shocking. This was a group of majestic dragons. Suddenly Yi Fan stopped in his tracks. He saw a corpse dressed in a Taoist robe. It had passed away in meditation for hundreds of years. Its body was immortal, and it sat cross-legged on a rock. It looked like it was guarding the mountain gate leading to the Dragon Mountains, the Taoist protector of the Zhengyi school. The old crane saw the flying immortal diagram on the robe at a glance. It was unique to Taoist protectors. Those who were Taoist protectors were all extremely powerful, even surpassing the sect master. They were the masters who protected the orthodoxy. There were a few lines of words on the ground. It was the bird seal script from the Pre-Qin dynasty. The few of them sighed with emotion. It was left behind by the old Taoist. The main idea was that there was no successor for the Forbidden Land for 2,000 years. The world was dry and there was no one who could enter Mount Longhu. It was truly lamentable. This is a Dao Severing king who passed away in meditation hundreds of years ago. He has always been here as a Taoist protector. It is truly shocking. Third Valley Master sighed. In that case, the secret of the Earth Immortals still exists. They didn't make a move. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent people to guard this place. The old crane was horrified and couldn't help but look at Yi Fan. Only a Dao Severing king could enter. Didn't this mean that the person in front of them was extremely terrifying? Don't look at me like that. I only have a rough understanding of some formations and haven't severed the Tao. Yifan smiled. They walked forward and just arrived in front of the first dragon mountain. They saw a bone tablet. It was as white as jade and as tall as a person. After so many years, it still hadn't been damaged. There were oracle bone inscriptions on it. 99 Dragon Mountains. There were only a few words on it, but there was an overwhelming aura of the great Tao pressing down. The old crane and monkey looked from afar and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood on the spot. They couldn't look straight at it. Earth Immortal. As expected of an Earth Immortal. Even a few ordinary words are like this. Grand Valley Master sighed. Yifan was silent, but great waves surged in his heart. Even looking at these words made him feel uneasy. This was definitely a peerless expert. He muttered to himself. He didn't leave behind any killing intent. He just carved it normally and left behind a trace of Tao. As soon as they entered the mountain, Third Valley Master revealed a look of joy and shouted, "I found it! I didn't expect it to be so smooth." Below the cliff, a large crack opened. Thousands of coffins hung in the air. They were densely packed, and draconic energy lingered around them. It was like the mouth of the dragon mountain was opening and holding the ancient coffins. Among them, in the depths of the dragon's mouth, a jade coffin was faintly discernible. It flowed with dusty light and remained unbroken since ancient times. The residents of the Earth Immortal. There are thousands of coffins hanging in the middle of the cliff. The clouds are the bones of immortals. A fragrance wafted over. Although it was very faint, it made one's body light as if they were about to fly. Yifan was shocked. This was definitely an immortal divine medicine. Could it be that there was such a heaven-defying thing in the hanging coffins of the Earth Immortals? He felt that he had underestimated this place before. The Earth Immortals were more mysterious and powerful than he had imagined. The fragrance came from the large crack at the bottom of the cliff. It was located in the depths of the dragon's mouth. He opened his heavenly eye to take a look. Although the luster of the dusty jade coffin had dimmed, the traces of Tao were not bad. There was also a branch that shone with green light. It was fresh and tender, and the fragrance wafted into his nose. The undying tree. Yifan was shocked. This place was incredible. It was just a branch, and there was an entire undying tree. He had not seen the true appearance of the Earth Immortal, but he had already seen such a thing. Chapter 970. The three of them soared into the air, and arrived at the huge crack between the walls of the Dragon Mountain. There were thousands of hanging coffins, all of which were antiques. They had existed for at least thousands of years. They tried to open some of them. There were bone artifacts, jade artifacts, and even wooden artifacts. However, there were no metal artifacts. There was no exception. Sure enough, it's the same as the records. Earth Immortals are afraid of gold. If there's gold in their coffins, they won't be able to ascend to immortality. They examined it carefully. This should be his disciple who was buried here. The three of them did not dare to approach the jade coffin immediately. After all, this was the legendary Earth Immortal burial ground, and they were afraid that there would be peerless killing intent. That type of faint fragrance wafted into one's bones continuously, making one feel as if they were walking on clouds. They forcefully restrained themselves, not sucking it in. The old crane and the Third Valley Master inspected the many coffins seriously, while Yifan used a genesis technique to observe the terrain. To avoid any accidents, they were extremely careful and cautious. This should be from the same lineage. Look at the arrangement of these coffins, it's very orderly. It's the ancient jade coffin in the deepest part of the Dragon Mountain. The crack on Dragon Mountain's cliff was extremely large, and there were more than 2,000 corpses hanging from it. All of them were extremely meticulous, and all of them were cultivators. Every coffin was carved out of a huge piece of wood, and most of them were in the shape of a boat. It was also in accordance with the records. After experiencing the sea of bitterness of the human world, one would be freed and become an immortal. There's a Tao-severing king here. The old crane was horrified. There were a few ancient coffins that had skeletal remains that weren't bad. The corpse shells powerful, imperishable even after death. They were vivid and lifelike, maintaining the state they were in when they were alive. They were all Tao-severing experts. Forget about everything else. This sect was definitely extremely powerful in the past. Even if the ancient era was full of vital energy, with a few Tao-severing kings as disciples, they were still unordinary. Finally, they entered the depths of the stone crack, arriving at Long Shan's throat. Upon closer inspection, the ancient jade coffin was covered in dust. It was dim and without luster, but it made it seem more and more mysterious. It was a sparkling and translucent branch, bright green and glistening. It was as thick as a child's arm and more than a meter long. It looked as if it was carved from green agate, translucent and shining. It laid horizontally on the ancient jade coffin just like that, emitting an irresistible fragrance. There was a white liquid at the fracture, appearing extremely mysterious. Immortal tree. At such a close distance, Yi Fan could already be completely sure that this was the tree of immortality. It had the miraculous effect of reviving the dead, and it was hard to find in this world. Earth immortal. Was he really an earth immortal? For even such a thing to be buried here, it was definitely not normal. Since ancient times, it was very difficult for mortals to find the immortal godly medicine. At the very least, it was in the hands of the sages, and the ancient emperors all had one. Every single stock of immortal medicine was unique, and from ancient times until now, there were only those few stocks. According to what Yi Fan knew, having one stock in an ancient star with life was already quite good. The reason why there were so many of them in the Big Dipper star region was because the great ancient emperors had brought them there. Ever since the immemorial age, ancient emperors and human emperors had been rushing there. It was also because of this that the other ancient stars lost their immortal divine herbs. The fact that there was a tree of immortality here was enough to prove that the status of an earth immortal was definitely not to be underestimated. The three of them did not dare to act rashly. They walked around the ancient coffin. The legendary earth immortal was here. If they opened it, would something happen? I once heard that even after the death of the ancient sages, their corpses were still very difficult to approach. The aura they emitted could kill those with great mediums. The old crane frowned, feeling worried. Yi Fan nodded. When they found the coffin of the immortal Sky Emperor, it was earth-shattering. Chaos surged on the 10,000 feet jade platform. It was just a piece of human skin, yet it required forbidden weapons and extreme weapons to protect itself. This Earth Immortal's coffin looks very calm, without a trace of pressure. I wonder what will happen after it is opened. In this place, even the source of heavens I could not see through it. The ancient coffin was mysterious and unfathomable. It was chiseled and chiseled by an ancient great power. Ants and insects could not approach it, and gods could not disturb it. All of you stand beside me. Yi Fan spoke. He was ready to make a move. He used the cauldron of myriad chi to protect himself and threw Komatsu, who was looking around, into the cauldron. At the same time, he took out an old piece of bronze that he had painstakingly taken out from the Sea of Bitterness. Bang! As soon as Yi Fan touched the coffin, a scarlet beam shot out from the depths of the cliff. The cold light illuminated the 9 provinces. It was too dazzling. Swoosh! Yi Fan put the 2 people into the cauldron and quickly retreated with the Xing formula. However, he still could not avoid it. The cauldron above his head shook violently, and he flew out in an instant. He flew more than 800 feet away from the mouth of the Dragon Mountain. The golden blood in his body boiled like thunder. It took a long time for it to calm down and let the 2 people out. What is that? It doesn't look like an attack from the coffin. The old crane took a quick glance just now and saw the dazzling light. This group of dragons has been raised. The ancient jade coffin is placed in the throat of the dragon's mouth. That is the place where the dragon's reverse scale grows. It is the killing divine light formed by the mountain, Yi Fan said. The means of the earth immortal was indeed extraordinary. The mountain formation was shocking. Was this really imitating the essence of the ancient 99 Dragon Mountains? There is no way to get close to the coffin. The third Valley Master said. They had already come this far. If they could not get anything, it would be a pity. The owner of the tomb does not have any killing intent, and did not set up any vicious means. We should be able to get close to take a look. We just need to avoid the killing light of the dragon's reverse scale, Yi Fan said. He looked at it seriously and entered the stone crevice to attack again. He used his Genesis technique to guide the dragon chi, so that it would temporarily avoid the reverse scale. He then approached the jade coffin again. He first grabbed the branch of the immortal tree and held it in his hand. However, at that moment, his body turned cold, and he was almost frozen. It was too cold. The treasure tree that looked like a green jade core was bone-piercing cold. Normal people would not be able to withstand it. Yi Fan hurriedly used the Tien Saint power to dissolve the cold qi. He then put it aside with a look of disbelief. What happened? The old crane asked. Did the earth immortal enlighten himself? Or did someone help him and leave the branch of the immortal tree? Yi Fan muttered to himself. At this moment, he finally understood why the branch of the immortal tree was left behind. It was used to enlighten the death qi of these corpses, and absorb them completely to help them become ghost immortals. The death qi of the thousands of coffins had been absorbed by the branch, including the mysterious corpses in the jade coffins. They were the main targets. Can the branch of the immortal tree not be used in medicine? Third Valley Master was full of regret. It's like the netherworld grass. It has the effect of longevity, but it also has the effect of decay and contains too much corpse qi, Yi Fan said. They finally understood why the people of the Taoist ancestral court did not take the branch. Normal people would not be able to enjoy it, and would not dare to refine medicine. Yi Fan moved again. He used his Genesis technique to cut off the dragon qi and slowly moved the jade coffin away. He held the green copper in his hand and looked inside nervously. It was empty. What happened? There was nothing. The three of them were dumbfounded and confused. Could it be that the Taoists from Longhu Mountain took away the thing in the coffin? After taking a closer look, they were stunned. There were signs of Tao assimilation, and it was very thorough. There was nothing left except a faint human-shaped mark at the bottom of the coffin. An Earth Immortal assimilation? Although they knew that the so-called Earth Immortal was most likely deified, and was not an immortal, they could not help but be disappointed. There was no trace at all. How could this be? Third Valley Master was disappointed. He murmured, unable to accept the fact. Yi Fan did not say anything. He quietly sealed the coffin, and put the branch of the immortal tree back on top. Everything returned to its original state. There are a total of 99 dragon mountains. This is only the first one. Isn't it a little strange? Did the Earth Immortal directly bury his tomb in the first dragon mountain? The old crane asked. Let's continue to take a look. Yi Fan was also puzzled. He took the lead and walked forward. When they entered the depths of the second intertwined dragon mountain, their expressions immediately froze. They saw another huge crack with dozens of ancient hanging coffins. Although there were not as many as the first one, it was still shocking. Most importantly, there was a jade coffin in the depths of the dragon cave. Another jade coffin, also covered in dust and without luster. How many Earth Immortals are there? Moreover, there was a sparkling branch of the immortal tree on top of the ancient jade coffin. It was lying on the coffin lid, and a sweet fragrance flowed from it. Yi Fan and the others were shocked. They cautiously entered the dragon's mouth, and avoided the killing light of the dragon's reverse scale. They carefully opened the ancient jade coffin, but the result was the same. The person in the coffin had already assimilated. It was difficult to estimate this person's cultivation when he was alive. They only knew that it must be extremely terrifying. The Tao marks were extremely shocking and unfathomable. This branch of the immortal tree had also absorbed a large amount of death qi. No one dared to use it to refine medicine. All of this was similar to the first jade coffin. Yi Fan and the others looked at each other, and did not say anything. They then walked into the depths of the dragons and entered the third dragon mountain. As expected, they saw the third mysterious ancient jade coffin. There was also a branch of the immortal tree buried with it. After that, they went through 5 mountains and found the same situation. The powerful tomb owner had already assimilated. Apart from a branch of the immortal tree, nothing was left. This is strange. How many Earth Immortals are there? Even the old crane was shocked. They flew into the sky and arrived at the clouds. They looked at the majestic dragon mountains and were stunned. The first 9 dragon mountains were majestic, especially the 9th one, which was obviously much taller than the others. Auspicious air gushed out and the word, Earth Immortal, was carved on the mountain. Starting from the 10th dragon mountain, All the mountain ranges collapsed and were no longer complete. The scene was confusing. 90 dragon mountains had collapsed. What's going on? I understand. Yi Fan nodded and muttered to himself. The 99 dragon mountains were an extreme. No one in the world could enjoy it. No one could be buried in such a place. Even imitating the 99 dragon mountains was not enough. After all, this place displayed the power of dragons. Earth immortals could only endure the might of 9 ancient dragon mountains. He was deeply aware of this, so he was buried on the 9th, which was also the highest dragon mountain. The heaven and earth did not allow it. 90 dragon mountains collapsed on their own, and only 9 were left for earth immortals. He could only endure such great fortune. This was really horrifying and unbelievable. Was it the power of the heavens that destroyed the 99 dragon mountains? Or was this a type of geographical layout that could not exist in the world for long? After Yi Fan and the others landed, they did not rush forward. They carefully observed every dragon mountain, and the jade coffin. Finally, they arrived at the 8th dragon mountain. Only then did they have a rough understanding. On the 8th dragon mountain, other than the jade coffin and the branch of the divine tree, there was also a pure white jade tablet. There were some words carved on it. The general idea was that his disciples were buried here to accompany him. As expected of an earth immortal, his disciples are all dead, but he is still alive. There are definitely some sages in those 8 jade coffins. Third Valley Master exclaimed. Yi Fan and the others were shocked. The disciples of the sages were all dead, but this person was still alive. He moved their coffins to accompany them. How long had he lived? Finally, they arrived in front of the last undamaged dragon mountain. There was a rising purple mist that almost submerged the mountain. There was an ancient tablet in front of the mountain with words carved on it. The 3 looked at it carefully and figured out the general meaning. This person had entered Shu and was respected as the leader of the immortals. He actually had such a great background. No wonder Qi Songzi chased him all the way to Shu. Could it be the legendary ancient immortal? Yi Fan vaguely guessed a person, but when he saw the last sentence on the ancient tablet, he was petrified. Buried here with the ginseng fruit and the immortal tree. How is this possible? Could it be that he was really an earth immortal called Zhen Yuanzi? Impossible. Yi Fan was shocked and puzzled. Chapter 971. The last sentence on the ancient tablet was unimaginable to Yi Fan. He was petrified and couldn't believe it. It actually mentioned the ginseng fruit tree. He immediately thought of the great immortal Zhen Yuan from Journey to the West, the master of the 5 villages monastery. However, this was only a character in the novel. Was there really a person called Zhen Yuanzi in the ancient times? Yi Fan asked the old crane and the Third Valley Master. No. Great Valley Master shook his head, indicating that there was definitely no such person. The monkey almost laughed out loud. In his early years in the mortal world, he had read Journey to the West, and was very engrossed in it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given himself such an unusual name. However, he shook his head forcefully. It's really strange. It's written very clearly on the tablet that the ginseng fruit tree was buried here. Who could it be? Yi Fan muttered to himself, and asked the 2 if they knew about this divine tree. The 2 shook their heads, indicating that they had never heard of it. Not to mention them, even the primogenitors of the ancient demonic gods had never seen the immortal medicine. This thing was too heaven-defying. They had heard of ancient secrets that an ancient life star could only give birth to 1 at most. If there were other discoveries, they would definitely have been brought from other star regions. Don't worry so much. So what if the ancient sacred emperor was buried here? He's already dead, so there's nothing to worry about. Leaving behind an immortal divine tree is perfect for us. Third Valley Master was very excited. Previously, after passing through the 8 dragon mountains, apart from seeing 8 ancient jade coffins, they also saw 8 divine tree branches. Unfortunately, they were all infected by corpse energy and couldn't be refined into medicine. Now that they knew that the living mother tree was here, they were naturally moved. If they could obtain it, it would be a great fortune. At this place, Yi Fan and the other 2 could sense a kind of divine beauty. The 90 dragon mountains had collapsed, and only the first 9 towered majestically. This one in particular was the most majestic and magnificent. A white waterfall poured down from the mouth of the dragon. It was a vast expanse of whiteness and was 10,000 feet long. The mountain was covered in waves of purple mist. The scene was extraordinary, and one could tell at a glance that this was a divine land with treasures. As soon as Yi Fan and the others got close, they saw a beam of light slash down from the purple mountain. The sharpness split the sky in half. This was a sudden attack, fast and terrifying. It made one feel like their mind was being torn apart. Yi Fan pulled the other two and retreated several miles like an illusion. The purple light split the space and slashed into the endless void, disappearing. But the shockwave that remained was enough to shock them. Truly divine. This Earth Immortal's methods are heaven-defying. This place has been nourished by the undying God Tree for a period of time, allowing this dragon mountain to have a deity. It is alive. Yi Fan's eyes shone brightly. In terms of Genesis techniques, this was the ultimate dragon mountain that could only be nurtured after birth. It was impossible for it to improve further. The old crane and Third Valley Master were also shocked. This dragon mountain had the shape of a dragon to begin with. Now that they opened their divine eyes to take a closer look, it made their hair stand on end. There were many rock walls on the mountain, and they were all in the shape of scales. They were connected to each other, and would occasionally open and close like dragon scales. The entire mountain was vivid and lifelike. The mountain has dragon scales. The Grand Valley Master and the others had never heard of this, and could not help but be shocked. It was also Yi Fan's first time seeing such a mountain. He had only read about it in books. He never thought that someone would be able to nurture a living mountain. This kind of terrain can give birth to a real dragon. Of course, it will take millions of years. This is a dormant dragon. It breathes dragon chi, and can kill anyone who gets close. Yi Fan told them to be careful and use Genesis techniques to break it. He led the two forward, and approached the waterfall step by step with great caution. This was a green mountain with very little vegetation. There were rocks everywhere, and they had turned into green scales. Piece by piece, they stuck to the mountain, as if a green dragon was lying down. No, a dragon's body is green. Why is purple chi seeping out from the gaps in the dragon scales? Yi Fan stopped in his tracks in surprise. He rose into the air and looked ahead. The 90 dragon mountains had collapsed and wisps of chi seeped out. They ranged from black to scarlet red. He felt a wave of coldness. Even though the dragons were raised by humans, they still had their own spirits. The collapse of the 90 mountains produced a bit of resentment that invaded this place. The azure dragon was infected, and as a result, the energy that rose from it changed. We must be careful. There was nothing here before, but there might be some danger now. A cauldron hovered above Yi Fan's head, and a piece of green copper in his hand. He led the two to the foot of the mountain, and used an ultimate Genesis technique to change the terrain. It had to be said that his methods were heaven-defying and no one in the world could compare to him. His Genesis techniques were close to godlike. He could change the terrain of the mountain with ease beside a dormant green dragon. Originally, this dragon was a great weapon. The purple chi seeping out from every dragon scale could turn into killing light. But now it was frozen and could not rush out. Yi Fan opened up a path and came to the white waterfall. Water fell from the dragon's mouth. It seemed to be alive and had a kind of charm. This Earth Immortal coffin is in the dragon's mouth. Isn't it afraid of being drowned? The Grand Valley Master was shocked. Yi Fan observed carefully, and did not say anything. He used his ultimate Genesis techniques to clear away the trouble, and walked towards the dragon's mouth. Suddenly, the great waterfall stopped flowing. The thunderous sound disappeared. The dragon's scales are moving. The old crane exclaimed. All of the cliffs on this green dragon mountain began to tremble. It was as if dragon scales were opening up one after another. Dozens of hanging coffins appeared, previously hidden behind the dragon scales. Bang! The ship-shaped coffin burst open, and a hair-raising scream was heard. Dozens of Taoists swooped down like flying yikshaws. What is this? Why does it look like this? The Third Valley Master was shocked. These people had scales all over their bodies, and were about to transform into dragons. Their eyes were green and had no human emotions. They breathed in and out dragon chi and emitted a powerful aura. Bang! The old crane took out a flying sword. It was as white as jade and slashed over. But when it hit a Taoist, it let out a string of dazzling light and shattered. He was a cultivator at the Great Circle of Dragon Transformation. He used a sword cultivation orthodoxy to attack, but couldn't do anything to the other party. His weapon was destroyed on the spot. Yi Fan was shocked. These Taoists were amazing. They merged with the mountain, and were like the dragon mountain that came back to life from corpses. There was a chance for them to come back to life. Of course, this was only the resurrection of their corpses. It was impossible for the people to come back to life. Their gods had long dissipated. The two of you, retreat according to the path I took earlier. The old crane and the third valley master did not dare to be slow. They knew that Yi Fan was a powerful cultivator, and staying here would only be a hindrance. A shrill scream rang out. A Taoist pounced over. His body was covered in dense dragon scales, and his eyes were green. His hair was disheveled, and he actually had the strength of a first-level immortal. Pooh! Yi Fan didn't move. His golden fist flew up and smashed out. The moment it punched out, everything in the world would shatter, and this Taoist was turned into dust. It was actually a rain of green blood, the same color as the Dragon Mountain. He was shocked in his heart. These people were dressed like odd job workers. They looked like people from the Taoist sect who chopped firewood and boiled water. Yet they were so strong. Especially their bodies, after growing dragon scales, they were as tough as diamond. Yi Fan punched out continuously. Golden blood chi blotted out the sun, and he killed with a single strike. He crushed over 10 human dragon corpses that swooped down, causing the old crane and the third valley master to feel a chill down their spines. Heavenly origin demon sealing. Yi Fan used a Genesis art. Tens of beams of light were borrowed from the green dragon mountain, sealing the Taoists that were still swooping down from the coffins. The dragon scales closed and the tens of coffins were blocked. The world fell silent. There was no more sound of the waterfall and no more shrill screams. However, Yi Fan didn't move forward. He stood on the spot without moving. Why do I feel that the clothes of these Taoists are so familiar? They look like the ancient robes of Shu, the monkey said. That's right, I can tell too. They are people of Shu. The old crane nodded. Ayo! Suddenly, shrill screams rang out. 2 very small crystal coffins appeared from the open dragon scale cliff, and 2 Taoist children pounced down. Their hair had long turned white, and one could tell that they were very old. They should be very old, but their faces were like that of a baby. When they were alive, they had already cut their Tao and their physical bodies were incomparably strong. Yi Fan frowned and sighed in his heart. The 2 Taoist children serving the earth immortals were already kings of the Tao-severing realm. This was really shocking. No wonder there were a few sages among his disciples. Roar! At the same time, another 4 roars were heard. Another 4 ancient jade coffins appeared on the green dragon mountain. It seemed that they were the nominal disciples of the earth immortals. 3 advanced kings and 1 half-sage. Yi Fan was shocked. If these people all rushed at him, it would put him in danger. Even if they didn't have their divine sense, and were only a kind of physical instinct, it would still be very troublesome. Accumulating yang to become a god, there is a form in the god. The form is born from the sun is born from the moon. Accumulating yin to form, there is a spirit in the form. He recited the complete expiate-person scripture, and then took out the ghost-face copper lamp, which shone with a glossy green light. It had to be said that this was miraculous. Whether it was the expiate-person scripture or the ancient lamp obtained from Minghua, they were both holy weapons for suppressing ghosts. The effect was immediate. The 6 corpses flew out and rushed into the coffins, sealing themselves in the cracks of the dragon scale cliff. Yi Fan climbed up the cliff and entered the crack that was shaped like a dragon's mouth. He felt a sense of peace here, and there was no murderous intent. He called the 2 people in the distance to come over. The waterfall was broken, but he didn't feel any moisture in the dragon's mouth. On the contrary, it was very dry and clean. There was an ancient coffin in the center, simple and ordinary. There was nothing special about it. It was actually a yellow mud coffin. It was dull and even a little rough. It lay there quietly without any fluctuation. Was this the coffin of an earth immortal? Even his disciple used an ancient jade coffin, but his own was so simple. Yes, it must be. Earth immortals have access to the vast chi of the earth. Their coffins must be made of yellow mud. The old crane said with a trembling voice. This was the earth immortal that Qi Songzi was looking for? Yi Fan was in a daze. They actually found him. In the past, only the ancient great sage dared to investigate. Qi Songzi's magical power was so great that he obtained Dao during the Shennong era. His cultivation was so great that a grain of dust could turn into a sword to fill the sea. A blade of grass could turn into a sword to cut down the sun, moon, and stars. His power shocked the ancient times and was respected by the world, but he was not found. The old crane and the third valley master were also excited. Their bodies were trembling. This involved a forbidden area. Back then, even the demon god ancestor of the Thousand Demon Valley could not find it, but now they found it. It was all because the ancient sages had left during the age of Dharma, leaving behind a mess that they could take advantage of. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Who do you think he is? Yi Fan calmed down. In front of the Green Dragon Mountain, there were a few words on the ancient tablet. It seemed to be written by his disciple, saying that this person had once entered Shu and was honored as the head of the immortals. From the clothes of those Taoists and children, they should be from Shu, the old crane said. They did not dare to touch the yellow coffin of the earth immortal. Instead, they tried to guess his identity, or else they might be in danger. They wanted to make accurate judgments based on his personality when he was alive. Could it be Rong Qinggong? The Grand Valley Master was surprised. Xiao Xiu of the Eastern Jin dynasty recorded in the Chronicles of Shu. Among the 8 immortals of Shu, the first was Rong Qinggong, also known as the Ghost Rong District. He lived in Hongmeng and is now Mount Qingcheng. That era was too long ago, so they could not understand it. They could only guess and make judgments from the ancient records. I don't know when he was born, but it was said that he passed away in Shu. As for Rong Qinggong, even the old crane and the third valley master did not know how powerful he was. That was because he kept a low profile and did not leave behind any shocking achievements. Is he the one Qi Songzi is looking for? Is he really that powerful? The third valley master was doubtful. It should be him, because he is also called Rongqingzi, Yi Fan said. In ancient times, those who had the word Zi in their name were all extraordinary and heaven-defying figures. All of them had the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth. At the very least, they were ancient sages. I thought that Taoism was purposely creating myths about him, but it seems that the records are true. The old crane sighed. Obviously, it also knew. According to the legend of immortals, Rongqingzi once appeared in western Zhou to meet King Mu of Zhou and teach him the way of immortality. As for King Mu of Zhou, he was one of the most legendary emperors in China's ancient history. He was known as Emperor Mu and was almost like a god. It was recorded in the legend of Emperor Mu. During Western Zhou, Rongqingzi lived in Taimu Mountain in Fujian province. He practiced alchemy and kept a low profile. He only came to Shu later. That's right. Qi Songzi passed away in the Warring States period. Before that, he came to Shu most likely to find Rongqingzi, Yi Fan said. That doesn't seem right. Even if Rongqingzi has remarkable abilities, he might not be able to compare to Qi Songzi. After all, the latter's name had already shaken the world during the Shennong period. He was the most famous cultivator. The old crane voiced its doubt. Yi Fan shook his head. Rongqingzi was not simple either. He had appeared during Yellow Emperor's time and taught Yellow Emperor's Daoyin technique. He explained the way of immortality. Even the leader of Taoism, Gohong, had written about it. Rongqingzi had appeared at different times. His reputation was recorded in many ancient books, such as the Inner Canon of the Yellow Emperor, Plain Questions, Legend of the Immortals, Legend of Immortals, Xianyuan Benji, and other books. Before Shennong attained Dao, he learned from Qi Songzi. Before Yellow Emperor attained Dao, he was inspired by Rongqingzi. In a sense, they should be on par. Moreover, Qi Songzi should be earlier than Rongqingzi's time, the old crane said. Yi Fan said. One of them appeared during Shennong's time, and the other during Yellow Emperor's time. But who knows which period they were from? However, one thing is for sure. Rongqingzi is far more ancient than you think. You can find clues from the ancient books. For example, Zhuangzi once mentioned some ancient emperors. It was recorded in Zhuangzi's drawer. In the past, the Yangxiang clan, the Dating clan, the Bohuang clan, the Zhongyang clan, the Luli clan, the Lishu clan, the Xianyuan clan. At that time, the people tied ropes and used them. This record mentioned 12 ancient emperors. The Yangxiang clan was earlier than Shennong and Yellow Emperor's time. It was a powerful tribe leader in ancient times, and was a legendary immortal. If I'm not wrong, the so-called Rongqingzi was the ancient Yangxiang clan. He was an extremely ancient immortal, even more ancient than Qisongzi, Yi Fan said. Third Valley Master was a little dumbfounded. The two of them had deduced from various ancient books and found clues. They had first evolved Rongqinggong into a Z, and then deduced that he was the Yangxiang clan. It was too shocking. They looked at the yellow coffin, and the shock in their hearts was imaginable. This was an existence that was respected as an immortal during the ancient times. His true identity might be the Rongxiang clan, which made them feel pressured. Chapter 972. From Rongqinggong of Shu to Rongqingzi of the Western Zhou dynasty, and then to the leader of the Yangxiang clan of the ancient tribes, his true identity was gradually revealed through the clues left behind in various ancient books. He was actually an immortal worshipped by the ancient people. Yi Fan and the others walked around the coffin and repeatedly observed the terrain to check if there were any formation patterns or marks. They were afraid that there would be any mistakes. This was an ancestor-level cultivator, and he was worthy of respect. The three could not calm down. The identity of the owner of the yellow coffin had been revealed, and it made them feel even more pressured. An earth immortal actually had such a great background. The inside of the dragon's mouth was very dry. After the waterfall stopped flowing, there was no trace of water left. The cave walls were smooth, and there were no Dao patterns. After careful examination, they prepared to open the coffin and open the lid made of yellow mud. However, after retreating far enough, he tried to use his Taoist technique to move the coffin lid, but he found that it was useless. It did not move at all. Yi Fan held the green copper piece in his hand and walked forward step by step. At this juncture, the green cauldron fragment was the strongest protective talisman. If anything happened, it could save his life. Boom. He lifted a corner of the yellow mud coffin, and the entire dragon cave suddenly shone brightly. Patterns appeared on all the walls, and there was an overwhelming power that shone so brightly that one could not open their eyes. At this moment, the entire dragon mountain was covered in celestial light, and a shocking aura emanated from it. The whole body was green and glistening, and it was about to be resurrected. Yi Fan quickly let go of the coffin and retreated dozens of steps. With a quang sound, the yellow coffin lid closed tightly over the coffin. All of the light disappeared and everything returned to normal. The old crane and the Third Valley Master trembled and sat on the ground. The great power just now made their hair stand on end, and their hearts trembled. They could not bear it. There was no murderous intent, only a kind of aura. After a long time, the three looked at each other. If there was a hint of murderous intent when the coffin was opened, the two of them would not be able to keep their lives. This kind of aura was not something they could bear. In a trance, I saw a large number of oracle bone inscriptions densely covered the cave walls. It seemed to be describing a very important ancient secret, the Grand Valley Master said. All right, let's try again. Yi Fan cautiously stepped forward. Although the coffin was made of yellow mud, it was extremely heavy. If it wasn't for Yi Fan's innate divine strength and the fact that he had the human race's holy body, it would have been impossible for him to open it. Despite this being the case, it was still extremely strenuous for him. The instant a corner of the coffin's lid was lifted, the sky full of brilliance appeared again. The cave walls shone brilliantly, immortal energy dense, brilliant colors of all different colors. Inside the ancient cave, all types of patterns appeared. They were all ancient characters that were difficult to understand. They filled every corner and released endless radiance. Yi Fan was sweating profusely. It was just a coffin lid made of yellow mud, yet it was so heavy. He moved it to the side with difficulty and placed it on the ground. In the back, Great Valley Master and Monkey's bodies were shaking uncontrollably, sitting on the ground. They couldn't help but want to kowtow and worship. This was a type of instinct that originated from their bodies. The lid of the Earth God's coffin was open. Yi Fan looked inside, and saw a mass of hazy chaos that was surging violently. It was indescribably mysterious, and he wanted to see what was going on. However, he didn't dare to touch the chaos easily, because once it went berserk, it might destroy the 99 Dragon Mountains and make one's soul palpitate. There's no trace of murderous intent, only the aura of an earth immortal. Yifan's body was extremely stiff. If it wasn't for the green copper piece in his hand, he might not be able to stand still. Bang! On the other side, the monkey finally couldn't control its body and hit its head on the ground. The old crane was the same. It couldn't control its body and trembled. It knelt down and kowtowed towards the yellow mud coffin. This was the residual aura of the immortal that the ancient people respected. Even after countless years, once the coffin was opened, even if only a trace of aura flowed out, others wouldn't be able to bear it. On the wall, there are words. It's related to the mystery of the 99 Dragon Mountains. The Grand Valley Master stuttered. He was under great pressure, and said with a trembling voice, what was recorded on the wall was not the group of small dragon mountains, but the real 99 ancient dragon mountains. He didn't expect the Earth Immortal Yangxiang clan to reveal the secret here. Millions of years ago. Yifan saw these words and his hair stood on end. How long ago was this? Were there humans on Earth at that time? Suddenly, the yellow mud coffin trembled, and the chaos inside surged like an ocean was about to rush out. He was so shocked that he quickly retreated and grabbed the old crane and the Third Valley Master to escape. Clang! It finally stabilized. The inside of the coffin seemed to contain an ocean of chaos. It was incomparably deep. The walls of the coffin were rough, and the yellow mud was flowing with strange colors. Ancient runes flashed and slowly absorbed all the energy of chaos. Yifan stood in the distance and watched everything quietly. The two people beside him were trembling. It was not because they lacked willpower, but because the difference in strength was too big. Finally, the chaos in the coffin disappeared. It was swallowed up by the rough walls of the coffin, and it was empty. It's empty. Where's the body of the Earth Immortal? The old crane exclaimed. They came for the Earth Immortal, so where was the body? There were also words carved in the coffin. They were the same as the words on the wall. It was obvious that they were carved by one person. They were flowing with strange lights and looked very mysterious. The Earth Immortal turned into Tao and left nothing behind? That's not right. Where is the Tree of Immortality? Why is there no trace of it? It has existed for a long time, so it's impossible for it to disappear. The Third Valley Master was also puzzled. Yifan said, let's not care about this for now. We came for the secret of the Earth Immortal. He has left the key things here. We have to read them carefully. The 99 Dragon Mountains contain the hope of becoming an immortal. They kept studying the ancient words. They were all created by the ancestors of the ancient times, and were too ancient to understand. Fortunately, they were not ordinary people and had studied the oracle bone inscriptions. They could roughly understand it after studying it carefully, but they were shocked when they saw a part of it. Millions of years ago, the 99 Dragon Mountains were used by people. It was a frighteningly long time ago, but no one knew who did it. When they read further, it was even more terrifying. The 99 Dragon Mountains did contain the hope of becoming an immortal, but Rongqing did not say what it was. Through the meaning, it should be understood that at their level, they all knew what it was. There was no need to say it. This was for their peers to read, not small cultivators like them. Nurturing one ancient star after another with life, this is a calamity. When they read up to this point, they felt a chill from their backs to their bones. The 99 Dragon Mountains had a long and frightening history, and it did not start on Earth. According to what was recorded on it, this was a shocking secret, and it was even to the extent that others felt it was too absurd and difficult to believe. The 99 Dragon Mountains, no one knew which star field it originated from, and no one knew how long it had been through, moving from ancient planets with life to ancient planets with life. Wherever it passed, heaven and earth would dry up, spiritual energy would dry up, plants would wither, primates would degenerate, and all living things would decline rapidly. In the most serious cases, an ancient planet's vitality would disappear. Yifan and the others looked at each other in dismay. Today's Earth seemed to be experiencing such changes. The spiritual energy was dry up, the great Tao was high, and it was difficult to cultivate. The veins of the earth were drying up. All of this was caused by the 99 Dragon Mountains. They held their breath and read carefully. This might be related to the greatest secret of the earth since ancient times, and they were lucky enough to uncover it and touch upon the secret. The 99 Dragon Mountains absorbed the essence of heaven and earth and swallowed the spiritual beauty of ancient planets with life. They had once descended on Mars, and that was the most serious time, almost drying up the entire ancient planet. Later on, because of a great turmoil and a great war, Mars finally couldn't bear it and turned into a dead planet. For some unknown reason, the last stop of the 99 Dragon Mountains was Earth. The thing it nurtured was formed and taken away by someone. As a result, in that unknown ancient period, perhaps the Archean Age, or perhaps even further back, many primates on Earth declined, and all those with cultivation left. In the long years that followed, the 99 Dragon Mountains overflowed with spiritual energy in reverse, and the Earth was not completely dried up. On the contrary, because of this, the spiritual energy was abundant, ushering in a peak period. In an unknown era, the thing nurtured by the Dragon Mountains, the hope of immortal ascension, was destroyed in another star region. About 200,000 years ago, someone crossed over and placed it in its birthplace. When they read up to here, they looked at each other in dismay. Could it be that the drying up of the earth was caused by it? Another cycle had begun? They continued to read carefully. After all, this thing had already been destroyed, and even if it was placed in its birthplace, it would be difficult to immediately recover. In the end, after 200,000 years, there was some improvement, and it was also finally sensed by the most powerful experts on Earth. They had a premonition that the situation was far from reassuring. Someone took action, using great magic power to separate the 99 Dragon Mountains, wanting to stop the deterioration of the world. However, it was already too late, and they could only take out this thing. However, the birthplace of that thing was too terrifying, and the interweaving patterns were extremely heaven-defying. Back then, there were some peerless figures from ancient stars who entered, but they all died in vain. If one wanted to enter its birthplace, they needed an ancient map. If they followed the marked path, there wouldn't be any danger, and they could easily take out this thing. Moreover, this ancient map was lost on Earth. Back then, when a powerful divine dynasty from an ancient star escorted this thing back for restoration, they accidentally lost it here. Unfortunately, this map was scattered everywhere, and because whoever could obtain it would obtain the hope of immortal ascension, everyone fought over it, momentarily unable to merge it together. The ancient people living on Earth realized that this wasn't good, and they quickly stopped fighting. They all selflessly took out the map fragments, preparing to merge them together. However, at this time, something unexpected happened. Experts from other star regions came, starting to fight over it. Later on, even the ancient saints could only die in vain. They didn't have the qualifications to fight over it, avoiding it like avoiding snakes and scorpions. In the ancient years, there were only a few great sage and one or two quasi-emperors who had the ability to search for it. The Yangxiang clan was one of them. He was a quasi-emperor, and in that era his strength was exceptional. He participated in this. He was originally a leader of an ancient tribe. He watched as the world changed into mulberry fields, searching all the way until the spring and autumn period. Even with his exceptional abilities, he was only able to obtain 2 pieces of the map. It was rumored that there were originally 9 pieces, but one of them was unfortunately smashed into pieces, ending the last strand of hope of the great experts. They began to leave Earth one after another. Is this the reason why there are no great experts after the various masters? That flourishing period was actually formed from the opportunity of immortal ascension. Yi Fan said to himself. They continued to study. The Yangxiang clan was the leader of an ancient tribe. He watched as the sea dried up, waiting for the mountains to become plains. After endless years, all of his disciples died, and only he remained. At the same time, during this process, he saw Shino and observed the Yellow Emperor. He knew that with these people on this ancient star, there was no hope for him to verify the Tao. He originally planned to leave, but he was a bit unwilling. After all, he obtained 2 pieces of the map. In the end, he chose to enter the place where there was hope of immortal ascension. He wanted to risk his life. However, the record ended here, and there was no more. Even someone as steady as the Great Valley Master couldn't bear it. He wanted to see the final result, but even though the words on the wall were densely packed, they stopped abruptly just like that. Also, it's all recorded in the yellow coffin, Yifan said. The coarse walls of the coffin were densely packed, recording what happened next. Chapter 973. The yellow clay table was crude, but the words on it were very clear. It was the mark of a quasi-emperor. The old crane and the Third Valley Master trembled in fear as they read it. Yifan studied it carefully to see what happened next. As the leader of an ancient tribe, the Yangxiang clan lived until the spring and autumn period. Naturally, their skills became more profound. At this level, they were already invincible, but they could not prove their Tao. They needed an opportunity. He went on his way alone, but he only had 2 pieces of the map. He could not get close to the land of immortals. He almost died in the outskirts. Later, after decades, when his lifespan was about to run out and he was about to reach the end of his life, he accidentally entered a sacrificial ground in the Forbidden Zone, which made things even worse. Yifan and the others were shocked. That was a quasi-emperor. He was invincible in the mortal world, but he almost died. How difficult was that path? The Yangxiang clan stayed in the sacrificial ground for months. His body withered and he almost lost his human form. He broke out of the encirclement with difficulty, but he did not give up and chose to move forward. However, no matter how powerful he was, he could not see the primitive land of immortals. He could not get close and he was trapped in the Forbidden Zone for 80 years. That place was special. The marks of the Great Path interweaved into patterns that could destroy everything. Even his quasi-emperor level weapon was broken. It was difficult for him to survive. On the 81st year, just as his life was about to be extinguished, there was an unexpected turn of events. He found an immortal herb in the forbidden land of immortals. What a fortune! Yifan could only sigh. However, it was not a big deal after thinking about it. Since it could give birth to the hope of becoming immortal, it was reasonable for an immortal herb to appear there. That's Kunlun. The old crane exclaimed. In the yellow clay coffin, apart from the words, there was also an engraving. It was very detailed and precise. It was a huge majestic dragon vein. This Kunlun dragon vein was exactly the same as the central dragon mountain formed by the 9 ancient jade pieces. It was extremely majestic. On the ancient jade piece diagram, it was located at the center, occupying a quarter of the area. It was the most vast. It was different from Kunlun in reality. According to the drawings of Kunlun carved by the ancients, the Kunlun mountain that could be seen today was only a small part of the tail, a corner of the main body, which was very far from it. The Yangxiang clan obtained an elixir of immortality in the Kunlun immortal realm. At the same time, they coincidentally broke out of the Forbidden Land. A quasi-emperor spent almost 100 years there, and almost died there. However, he did not really step into the true land. He was somewhat disheartened. After returning, even the youngest disciple could not withstand the passage of time. More than 10 years passed, leaving him alone in this world. In the end, he buried all of his disciples here. The records on the yellow clay coffin came to an end. Looking at his last state of mind, it seemed that he was tired of the world and did not want to live anymore. But why is there no corpse in this place? The Grand Valley Master was suspicious. Imitating the 99 Dragon Mountains, he built a yellow clay coffin for himself and buried his disciples here. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed that the Yangxiang clan was tired of the world and wanted to end his life. Yifan looked carefully and found traces of Tao assimilation at the bottom of the yellow clay coffin. However, there was a big doubt. Where was the elixir of immortality? They searched everywhere in this place but could not find a trace. The ginseng fruit tree seemed to have disappeared from the world, leaving no trace. Whether he ate the elixir of immortality or not, there is no record on the yellow clay coffin. Whether he was Tao assimilation or not, the marks at the bottom of the coffin are not clear. It is hard to tell whether he is alive or dead. They discussed for a while, but there was no final conclusion. They did not know whether the Yangxiang clan was alive or dead, so it was difficult to come to a conclusion. It could be seen that the Yangxiang clan spent a lot of effort to raise the 99 Dragon Mountains, and he really entered the yellow clay coffin and carved these words. At that time he must have been exhausted and sad. He did not want to live alone in the world and quietly lay in the coffin waiting for death. Otherwise, all of this would not have happened. However, no one knew what happened after that. Kunlun. That thing is in Kunlun, Yi Fan said to himself. The real Kunlun Dragon Mountains are majestic and towering. They are the ancestors of all mountains since ancient times. There are many areas that are extremely mysterious, and humans are not allowed to enter at all, the Grand Valley Master said. Up! Yi Fan shouted and lifted the yellow clay coffin that was as heavy as a mountain. He put it on the other side, and 2 pieces of bone appeared. They were similar to the ones found in Chi Songzi's coffin. He held them in his hand and observed them carefully. There was indeed a map carved on them. It was complicated and majestic, and it led to the land of immortality. I already have 5 pieces of the map. I can use this to enter Kunlun. Of course, he would not take the risk. Even the quasi-emperor could not withstand it, and he almost died there. With his current cultivation, he could only look from afar with the map. It was impossible for him to get close, and there was no hope for him to become immortal. There are words at the bottom of the coffin. The old crane and the Third Valley Master felt weak in this place. The quasi-emperor's aura was too intimidating, and they could not withstand it at all. When Yi Fan lifted the yellow clay coffin, they sat on the ground and saw it clearly. Maybe the 9th piece of bone hasn't shattered. There was only one sentence. This was the Yangxiang clan's guess, but it left behind endless hope for the future generations. Even the quasi-emperor can't enter. Looks like I have to gather all 9 maps, or else there is no chance of success. Yi Fan took the 2 pieces of bone and moved the coffin back to its original position. This yellow clay coffin is a treasure, but ordinary people can't activate it at all. It's troublesome to bring it along with you, the monkey said. The Great Valley Master said, let's not think about it. The Yangxiang clan buried himself here with his disciple, and this was his wish. If we take the yellow clay coffin away, there might be an unknown disaster. They left the place, and only when they walked out of the 99 Dragon Mountains did they heave a sigh of relief. The experience just now was very special, and it actually revealed the secret of the ancient taboo. Although they knew a lot, there were also more doubts in their hearts. Who was it that controlled the 99 Dragon Mountains to descend from one ancient star to another? This was a vast and long river of time. Even the great ancient emperors could only live for tens of thousands of years in their second lives. A person could not possibly spend so much time. Rongqing also had doubts. According to his guess, there must be a very terrifying inheritance that was incomparably ancient and had been existing for a long time. However, this inheritance should have declined in the end, especially after the hope of becoming an immortal was destroyed. It plummeted. Because in the years that followed, he almost never appeared again. When that god dynasty sent something to Earth to repair it, if it was strong enough, it wouldn't have lost the secret map. More than 200,000 years ago. A god dynasty? Yi Fan muttered to himself. A thought flashed in his mind, and he instantly thought of the Yuhua god dynasty. His heart was pounding. Could it be that after the Big Brother and Vicious Heart was chosen back then, he carried a heaven-defying mission and came to Earth? His heart trembled. The secret of the 99 Dragon Mountains might be related to the Big Dipper star region. Yuhua god dynasty. Yes, it's most likely them. Yi Fan clearly remembered that the reason why the Yuhua god dynasty was named this way was because it meant that they wanted to become immortals. Unfortunately, they failed. More than 200,000 years ago, they were wiped clean from the Central Plains by a single hand, and they no longer existed. Is it them? If it was really them, many things made sense. It was precisely because they were wiped out by someone that they finally completely declined, so those who came here couldn't keep the ancient map. The timing is also very consistent. If this assumption was true, the Yuhua god dynasty should be the last force of that ancient inheritance. Otherwise, it would be impossible for no one to appear for so many years. When Yi Fan thought of this, he couldn't help but be shocked. How powerful was the Yuhua god dynasty back then? It almost ruled the Central Plains and reigned supreme in the world. No force could compare to them. However, They were the last and weakest force of that ancient inheritance over the endless years. Because no matter how he looked at it, it was far from the supreme glory and might when they controlled the 99 Dragon Mountains to descend from one ancient planet to another. What kind of inheritance is this? Yi Fan muttered to himself, his heart fluctuating. The vast universe, the boundless starry sky, there were too many secrets. It was hard for anyone to believe that there was once such a behemoth that dominated all of this and stood above the many ancient planets. It was truly hair-raising. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful an existence was, they couldn't withstand the power of time. After millions of years, the godlike inheritance also turned into ashes. In this world, perhaps only the great ancient emperors could be fearless and trample the great Tao under their feet. Unfortunately, they could only be invincible for 20,000 years. In the end, they would also turn to dust. Nothing could last long. Yuhua God Dynasty. The era of philosophers was incomparably prosperous because people from the other ancient star regions rushed over. Let me see what kind of traces you all left behind here. Yi Fan was determined. He must ascend to the Kunlun immortal realm. There were many secrets on Earth. He came back in this age of chaos and could uncover them. This was a rare opportunity. An Earth immortal. It's actually a quasi-emperor. Third Valley Master also had endless emotions. In the end, there were no immortals in this world. As cultivators, what do we cultivate for our entire lives? The old crane's voice was filled with loneliness. Even the quasi-emperor couldn't see any hope. Even the great ancient emperors couldn't become immortals, and would eventually die. But what about them, young cultivators? They couldn't see any light at all. They cultivated day in and day out, facing the stone room and the lamp, abandoning the mortal world and cultivating in seclusion. In the end, they would still turn to dust. This really shook one's Tao heart. Rather than that, it was better to live a carefree life in the mortal world. It was also worthy of one's time. We have to cultivate in the end. Since we've embarked on this path, there's no turning back. Yi Fan's voice wasn't loud, but he used his Tao to pull their minds back. Otherwise, they might plant the seeds of destroying their Tao foundations. Yes, a path that no one has taken doesn't mean that we've reached the end. Why are we thinking so far ahead? We're just an insignificant splash in the waves of time. We just have to walk our own path. That should be the problem that the great ancient emperors have thought about. That's right, we still have a long way to go. There's still hope in our hearts. Great mystical arts practitioners, sages, great ancient emperors are all goals that we can strive for. The two of them were alert and quickly adjusted their emotions. However, Yi Fan himself was silent. In this age of Dharma ending, he had no other desires. Becoming an immortal was his only goal. But where was the path? Since ancient times, there was no proof of becoming an immortal. He couldn't see any hope at all. They walked out of the uninhabited area that was trapped by the ancient formation, left Mount Longhu, and returned to the mortal world. Looking at the mortal world, where was the path? I want to prove my Tao. I want to walk into the starry sky. I want to step on the immortal path that no one has walked before. Yi Fan muttered to himself. The two Valley Masters told Yi Fan that the Grand Martial Cultivator meeting was about to begin, and just as he returned to his residence in the north, he received a Tao Talisman letter from the numinous Treasure Sect Master. Should I go or not? Komatsu immediately raised its 4 little paws and pricked up its 2 little ears, indicating that it was willing to go. Yi Fan smiled and patted its head. Actually, he wanted to go and take a look himself. Not only could he see some famous cultivators of the present world, but he could also enter the Shangqing sect. The venue of the meeting was there. The numinous Treasure Sect, the Celestial Master Sect, and the Shangqing sect were collectively known as the Righteous Sect. They worshipped the 3 pristine ones, and the Shangqing sect was the first to worship the primeval celestial being. The sect that worshipped the primeval celestial being? I'm going to take a look and see what's the reason behind it. Suddenly, a Tao talisman flickered and appeared in front of Yi Fan. The numinous Treasure Sect Master sent a divine talisman to inform him that someone wanted to kill him. The person who wants to kill me has appeared. He muttered to himself and sneered.